Stories from Soul Part 1, The Gundog. That's clever of them. The category for this game has part 1 in it, but it doesn't say part 1 on this thing. I'm sure it says on the store page. Maybe? Nope. We had no way of knowing it's a part 1. War is over. War is just beginning. Planetary Calendar 214. 4 years have passed since the end of the Solar War. Our protagonist, scarred from the loss of his crewmates in the war, is reassigned to the Jovian Patrol Gundog as it's dispatched with orders to investigate mysterious signals coming from the edge of the Jovian space. Unknown to the Gundog's crew, a new danger looms down in the ocean of stars, threatening to not just the Gundog, but all her crew. I had a pretty fun. You can always recommend us games, Specky. We literally have a thingy in a. We literally have the recommendation channel in the Discord for it. So like, if you ever wanna recommend us something, there's always there. I'm trying to focus on Steam Netsfest demos specifically. So if it's not a Steam Netsfest demo, then I probably won't play it on this stream. But we do love mech games. This is a thing. Dojin mode, studio mode. I'm gonna go with Dojin mode. That seems good. I would like a dyslexic font, honestly. But that's okay. September 21st, Planetary Calendar 209. Following a raft of oppressive policies and crackdowns from the Earth-based government of the Solar Federation, the joint forces of the Martian terrorists and the Jovian Unified Colony Fleet rebelled. This conflict came to be known as the Solar War. The war carried on for 3 years, but eventually the combined forces of the Martian terrorists and Jovian Unified Colony Fleet managed to push the Martian territories, not terrorists. The Martian territories and the Jovian Unified Colony Fleet managed to push the Federation military all the way back to planet Earth. In the final days of the conflict, a pitched battle was fought in the lunar orbit that would decide the war's victor. Lunar orbit, above the Jovian carrier JFS Kalki. You reflexively tighten your grip on your armored frame's twin flight sticks as another wave of vibrations reverberate through the cockpit. The creak of the new flight suit and your quickening breath are the only sound that you can hear above the gentle hum of the frame's subsystems. Yo, Gra, what up? Thanks for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. Wow. Just doing some Steam Netsfest shenanigans. Only on my third game. Hopefully I'll play a couple more. Hello, Raiders. Hope you're having a good one. I am Thorn of the Fluffbite Entertainment System, and welcome to our stream. We are plural VTubers, meaning that we share a body. But luckily, being VTubers, we all have our own models, be they PNG or full-on like live 2D models. If you want to know more about what it means to be plural, we have a thing in our About section, but generally, imagine you had a mech and everyone thinks that the mech is you, but the mech is just your outer shell, but you also share it with a bunch of people who are basically your roommates and your family. And whatever way you could process that. That's basically the gist of it. We run an 18 plus stream, kink friendly. We're also huge leftist goober indie game nerds, which is why we're so amped about Netsfest. This is like our third stream playing games from Netsfest. And we keep getting so involved in certain games that we don't play a lot of them per streams that we've been doing. One of us literally spent 8 hours on one fucking game. It's fucking ridiculous, but also fun. Make sure you take care of yourself, Gra. If you need to bounce, get food, be around loved ones, whatever you need, take care of yourself. Proud of you for finishing stream. Gra, I see. Thanks for taking care of yourself. Vintage Story. I think that was I think we've seen you play that before. It's like a building game, kind of like Minecraft, I think. I hope it was fun. Anyway, the game we're playing right now is Stories from the Solar. Yeah, I literally just started the demo up. Stories from the Soul, the Gundog. It's a throwback kind of game. It is kind of like the old graphic text adventure / visual novel games from like the 80s / early 90s that you could find like on PC, or even we found a game that this may be in certain ways an inspiration from that we've been meaning to play, that also has mechs and has the same kind of framing device or the same sort of like visuals, that was on like the NES, which is pretty cool. Just started up, and of course, being giant robots, it spent lots of war themes and trauma, probably. The creak of the new flight suit and your quickening breath are the only sounds that you hear above the gentle hum of the frame subsystems. As you squeeze the controls tighter, their plastic casings creak under the pressure. You try and stay calm, knowing that these gentle vibrations are remnants of huge shockwaves that are buffeting the Kalki, the carrier that you're stationed on. Each one is a near miss in an explosion as an explosion tears through the space around the ship. You try to push through the thought from your mind and focus on controlling your breathing, but you've already realized that their frequency means the Kalki must be approaching the front line. Your squadron will be launching soon, and you'll be engaging in your first real sortie. Your first real flight, in fact. You feel your throat tighten. Simulations are as good as the real thing. Well, that's what your trainer told you. But you knew that pilots are supposed to have hundreds of hours to live through flights and training exercises in real armored frames before they're allowed anywhere near the front lines. Of course, that didn't happen. Command had told you that the modern simulators meant cadets could graduate without the need for those exercises. You've overheard the rumors, though. The Jovian colony fleet had lost a lot of pilots, and still wanting to keep pace with the Martian advance against Earth, had resorted to fielding anyone who could fight. Your whole squadron is just like you, freshly conscripted from the Europa colony. You'd undergone basic training there, but almost all of your flight training had taken place on the cruiser's journey from Jovian space. You wonder how the others are feeling right now. Whether... Kelki 5, this is flight deck. We're preparing your squad to take off. Running last-minute diagnostics of your frame. Activating all systems. Now. Alright, looks like you're good to go. We'll run a few more checks, then we'll have you spaceborne in a few minutes. You ready to show those Terrans who's boss? Your mind races as you try to think up a response that will convince not just the engineer, but yourself too, that everything is going to be alright. Instead, your mouth dries up and your heart feels like it's about to burst from your chest. The flight sticks creak more loudly as you squeeze them tighter, as if any moment now you may snap them in half. Hey pilot, everything okay in there? Comms green? After taking a few deep breaths, it eventually feels like you have a modicum of control again. You release your grip on the flight sticks and lean back into your chair. This is Calci 5, comms green, just a bit. Well there, Calci 5. Nothing wrong with feeling the jitters. Tell you what, what's your name, pilot? Okay, Blue, what's your surname? Oh, they're gonna do a surname thing. It was just like that other game. I'm trying to think of one, because having it say Blue Bite would be weird. Let's go with Moon. Yo! Pronoun time? Pronoun time. Fuck yeah. Wait, I thought that the main character was a guy. Based off the Steam page. Surprise pronoun drop. Loving it. Okay, Hanson. Okay, Ensign Moon. First up, take a few deep breaths for me. In and out, nice and slow. You got that? You draw in one long measured breath and hold it in. Then you release it. Following the engineer's instructions, you repeat this for a few more times. After a while, you begin to feel your pulse slow, and some of the tension in your body slip away. You still feel on edge, but feel slightly more in control. Alright, there we go. Now listen up, Ensign. You ain't got a thing to worry about out there. Way I hear it is that all the Terran's best pilots were taken care of between here and Mars. Heck, Martians are the ones who've been leading the charge today, so they're the ones taking all the flack. Propaganda machines selling this as our decisive strike against the Earth's last line of defense. But between you and me, it ain't nothing more than a mopping up situation. Buddy of mine in operations said as much in the canteen last night. Besides, you hear a long dull ring over the comms and sit bolt upright in your seat, slouching back and exhaling as you realize it's nothing more than the engineer striking the cockpit armor on your frame. This beauty here is a work of art. Terran frames ain't got nothing on her. She's all tuned up and ready to go. Probably spent more time with this one than I have with my own kid, so don't you worry. Remember what they taught you in training and leave the rest up to her and you'll come out of this just fine. Despite your control reaction a moment ago, the engineer's confidence is infectious and it's starting to rub off on you. You adjust your position in your seat as you come to sit straight, and the soft hum of the frame system's now more comforting than ominous. Just a mopping up situation, you think. Martians have done all the work, so we're sitting pretty here in our top of the line frames. Yeah, nothing to worry about. So, Ensign Moon, how are you feeling about things now? Feeling good, ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to get out there and kick some ass. You declare, channeling your newly taped well of confidence. That's a spirit, Ensign. Now, hang on to that and we'll have you out there in the hangar doors and kicking Terrans around in no time. Left alone to your thoughts, you tune back in to the gentle hum of the frame, and you watch the seconds tick away on the cockpit clock while you wait for the order to launch. The wait seems to drag on and on. You carry out a few last-minute flight checks out as you already completed them when you boarded, but nothing changed. Alright, pilots, listen up. This is Calci 1. We've been clear for launch, so be ready for immediate action. All frames will be taking off in the designated order. Attack formation. Sound off! Calci 2, ready! This is Calci 3, ready. Calci 4 here, ready to take off. Calci 5, confirm your status. Oh, yeah, Calci 5, standing by. Keep it together, Calci 5. Calci 6. Calci 6, ready. Alright, Calci Squadron, move out. Calci 1, launching. Calci 2, launching. Calci 3, launching. Calci 4, moving out. The roll call of your squadron as they depart from the ship and accelerate rapidly towards the combat zone sounds almost like a countdown to you. Once Kelki 4 has declared their launch, you know your time has come. You disengage the restraints and prepare yourself. Kelki 5 launching! You shout as you slam the flight sticks towards your maximum thrust. Kelki 5, abort launch, cut thrusters! Kelki 5, abort launch, cut thrusters! The engineer's instructions barely register in the confusion as you're jerked around the cockpit. Your helmet slamming on the control panel for a brief moment. A thrust throws you back into your seat before you're whipped forward again. Warnings flash all over your monitors and sirens and alerts are all over the cockpit. Kelki 5, abort launch! Abort launch and cut thrusters! It takes a few seconds for you to comprehend the engineer, but once you do, you quickly pull the flight sticks back to the neutral position. The roar of your frame's engines dies and your cockpit regains its previous stillness. You wince as the metallic taste of blood fills your mouth. Alright, Kelki 5, hang tight for a moment. Your frame's restraints didn't accept the disengage command, so you're still attached to the Kelki. We're gonna need to run a diagnostic, shouldn't take too long. You slump in the cockpit's chair and exhale deeply, your heart still pounding a million beats per minute, and your lips stinging. You continue to slow your breathing as you listen to the still open communication channel from the maintenance crew as you work to get your frame released. Hey, look like the restraints disengage command didn't register. Yeah, Unit 5, alright, yeah. Your unit sits out, no sense waiting for this one. Okay, start the diagnostic, then reboot it if necessary. Kelki sits, launching. What do you mean, hardware fault? We've checked this 10 times since Mars, at least. Who's assigned Unit 5? Oh, Fine, right. Shut down systems and run a diagnostic again. I want this frame out there in the next 5 minutes. Kelki 5, we're gonna shut down your frame systems for a moment so we can run diagnostics. Stay ready, though. We'll have you running soon. Kelki 5, understood. Ready and waiting. As the cockpit fades to darkness again, you release the flight sticks and suddenly realize just how long you've been clenching your fists around them. You fletch your fingers and roll your shoulders. Exhaling again as you begin to hear the muffled sounds of the engineers working on your frame's restraints. Staring at the dead monitor, you slowly begin to smile. This is what you wanted, wasn't it? You spent so long worrying about this mission that you throwed up twice in the past 24 hours, and now it looks like it was all for nothing. You got what you wanted, and you were safe. As safe as you can be strapped to the outside of a military carrier in an inactive armored frame, anyway. Your smile widens inadvertently at this thought. Getting shot down in an active frame still in its restraints? You become a cautionary tale for engineers and pilots throughout the entire Jovian colony fleet. Your mind turns quickly to the rest of your squadron. When they return, you'd be the laughingstock of the entire Kelk. The pilot who'd spent their entire first mission stuck in a dark cockpit, who dodged a bullet, but you never... This Kelki sits! They've cut the flight path! There's more! There's a whole squadron of carriers coming in from E-Field! Kelki 1, they're gonna cut you off from the fleet! Kelki Sit's signal disappears. Kelki Sit's signal disappearing has you sit bolt upright as you begin pressing buttons trying to activate your cockpit's main monitor so you can see what's going on. However, with your frame system shut down remotely by the maintenance crew, you can do nothing but sit in the dark stillness and listen to the events unfold. Kelki Sits, respond! Kelki Sits, respond! What's going on? How many carriers are coming from E-Field? But ma'am, Kelki Sits' signal's been lost! It's not responding! He's... Hold it together, Kelki 4! All units, form up! Defensive formation on me! I said all units! Kelki 2, don't break formation! Ma'am, they're firing on us! There's so many of them! Oh god! Ma'am, help! In an instant, your communications channel is flooded with cries of terror and panic. You hear your squad mates, your fellow pilots' exclamations of fear as this unprecedented enemy force bears down on them. Screams and yelps, wails and howls fill your head as you sit powerless in the dark confines of your cockpit. Hey! Hey! Who's out there? Engineering? Hey! Get me ready! I can help! Get me ready to launch! Engineering! They're getting killed out there! I need to go! Now! Your shout demands to get your frame ready for launch over the channel, but are met with no response. In the dark of the cockpit with your controls unresponsive, you can't be sure whether the channel is closed or if no one's listening, with all the attention turned on the receiving battle damage units from your squad. Listen to me! Anyone! Anyone! Get me out there! You desperately begin attempting to manual override your systems, but find that nothing responds to you. The only spark of life that you can glean from your frame is the small diagnostics progress bar. I need to get out there! Anyone, hey! In one last desperate attempt, you begin hammering on your cockpit walls, hoping to get the attention of the engineering who could hear outside earlier. The entire time, the chaos of the combat out in space is narrated to you in broken fragments of radio chatter. There's 3, 4 on me! I've lost my shield! I can't shake them! They're everywhere! The line of retreat's totally cut off. The line of retreat's totally cut off! We can't get back to the ship! Man, what do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up. 3 and 4 on me. You're gonna punch a hole through their formation and... Ma'am! Ma'am! Come in! Ma'am! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! Oh! One by one, your squad signals disappear and the cacophony of panic disappears, replaced by the gentle hiss of static. You stop hammering on the side of your cockpit as the last voice is cut off. You're drenched in a cold sweat now, and your empty stomach feels like a rock has sunk to the bottom of it. You lean back and stare blankly ahead. This is Kelly 5. Ready for takeoff? September 21st, Planetary Calendar 209. Despite last-minute reinforcements of the Solar Federation from their headquarters on Earth, the battle above Lunar is victory for the joint Martian and Jovian forces. That will be the final battle of the Solar War. Having lost their last stronghold on Lunar and Solar Federation, would agree to ceasefire and sign an armistice to end hostilities. An uneasy peace fills the solar system. With the conflict between the Solar Federation and the Martian-Jovian alliance concluded, the Kelki and her crew soon returned to the Europa colony near Jupiter. April 19th, Planetary Calendar 214. The reduced need for pilots away from the delicate space between Earth and Mars saw Ensign Moon reassigned to security detail aboard various Jovian ships. She is eventually promoted to lieutenant. 4 years have passed since that horrendous incident. The battle above Lunar. The Jovian colonial fleet, fearing fresh aggression from Earth, has increased patrols near its colonies after picking up unusual signals coming from further out in the solar system. The patrol system JFS Gundog is dispatched to support the JFS O'Brien in its investigation of these signals. Jovian space. Aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. As the rumble of the Gundog's engines roar to life and reverberate through the ship, you clench your fists. It's been 4 years, and to this day, the sensation of tremors, whether they're ship engines, docking clamps, or weapon drills, still ties your stomach into knots. A bad trait for a ship security officer. You shake your head and exhale slowly, taking a moment before stowing the last of your possessions and pushing the drawer closed. You feel the click as it locks into place, and the exterior plastic paneling sits completely flush with its surroundings. Stepping back, you look around the room. You take another deep breath and hold it for a moment. Although this was far from the first posting as a security officer, you always felt the same sense of trepidation, if not anxiety. As similar as all the ships were, they all came with their own unique crews and personalities. With those came unique problems. Breathing out, you take a look around the room, taking stock of the surroundings. Select the look button to examine the surroundings by selecting the items of interest. Select it again when you're done. Standard cruise bunk. Once you slept in one, you slept in them all. Although this is one of the nicer ones I've been assigned to. The wall panel can be removed by jimmying it with a thin object, and crew members often stash contraband there. Looks like this one's not been touched though. The terminal lets me access the ship's computer. It's got a clock, a word processor, and even a calendar. I can also access records and my orders from here, but for anything else, I'll need to access the core, which is limited to those in operations or command. Standard door with an electronic lock and magnetic bolting system, the only way in or out, unless you plan on getting creative with maintenance tunnels. I've only just boarded it, and it's still the middle of the day based on Jovian Standard Time. Oh, it looks like I've been instructed to report to the bridge to meet the captain. I haven't met anyone yet since my transport to the spaceport ran late, and I'm just about made it to on board before launch. This way, my next assignment. I should get moving soon. There's nothing in here right now that I need. Just my uniforms and some toiletries. Crew Quarters, Corridor 1. You step into an empty corridor and the door to your quarters gently hisses shut behind you. Its keypad gives a short series of beeps and you hear the lock engage. The dull thrum of the ship's systems is barely audible, but otherwise, you stood in total silence. The air is cooler outside your quarters, and the corridor has a sterile lack of aroma. This has been the same on every ship you've ever been stationed at, and at this point, it doesn't really surprise you. Okay, this is a Swift-class patrol vessel, which means if I leave this quarters block, I'll be in the four-sided thoroughfare. If I can go right towards the AFT, I'll arrive at the central hub and then I can head to the bridge. You leave the crew block behind and you find yourself in a much larger corridor that stretches off to your left and with multiple smaller corridors leading from it. To your right, the corridor leads to a large plaza-like space. A very faint breeze coming from your left ruffles your hair and chills you slightly, and you hear the sounds of human activity. From the right, you can hear the hum of the ship's engines more clearly now, as well as the occasional low, quiet whirling sound. Looks like I was right. This portion of the thoroughfare will let me access both sets of crew quarters, the mess hall, the hangar, and the central hub. From here I can access the rest of the ship's areas. I should hurry up and meet the captain before I look around anymore. As you enter the central hub, you can hear a low whirring noise and the engines grow louder. You can see the readouts above one of the elevators change, letting you know someone is using it to travel to another part of the ship. Looking around, you see the entrances in both the fore and aft side thoroughfares, as well as the corridor to the airlocks. These elevators will take me to the bridge where the captain will be. I shouldn't waste any more time. Knowing that you need to report to the captain, who at this point of the ship's journey should be stationed on the bridge, you make your way towards the elevators and press the call button. You step back and watch the indicators move each elevator, waiting for one to arrive. As you wait, your mind begins to wander and you're caught unaware as you feel something suddenly jab into your back and a voice from behind you declares, "Hands in the air, identify yourself." Your posture stiffens and you snap back to reality, caught completely off guard by the voice behind you. Thoughts race through your mind as you try to figure out what's going on. Could there already be another security detail on board? That shouldn't be possible. As far as you know, you're the only one. Unless... I said hands in the air, punk! You tentatively raise your hands, palms flat and facing forwards, as whatever has been thrust into the small of your back is removed slowly and you hear the person behind you take a step backwards. You exhale and begin to turn around. Lieutenant Moon, security detail, ID SO254 JFSG. I'm on my way to meet the captain to... You were expecting a gruff crew member, and instead you're met with a bright and cheery officer waving a pin around with a large smile on their face. You're taken aback for a moment, as this isn't just any officer. This is Cassie. What are you? Oh shit! Does it change my character model based on what pronouns I pick? I wonder. I'm curious. Interesting. Blue, I miss you so much. You big doofus, you should have seen your face. When you turned around, you were all... Wah! I love that face you make when you think you're in trouble. It's like you think you're playing the big soldier, and it's like you think playing the big soldier will get you out of trouble. It's so cute. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn. You should have known, really. She's always been one for bad jokes and stupid pranks as long as you've known her. Her less than professional attitude and penchant for irresponsibility is the reason why, despite her talent, she's not commanding a ship of her own. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good did I get you? You totally thought you were being busted, right? But if you're being honest, her playful nature is what attracted you to her in the first place. You've been dating for What? I'm gay? Yeah, I'm gay! Sorry, I like being gay. It's like, not only did it let me choose pronouns, but also, I am inexplicably gay. She's probably gonna be your partner regardless of what pronouns you pick, but like, I don't know. I'm wiggling. You've been dating for nearly 2 years now, but a lot of that has been over electronic mail or in letters. Your postings have never lined up until now. Cassie, what are you doing here? I thought you were stationed at the Reliant. You never said you were being transferred. What happened? Well, the thing about that is, you might say that a disagreement with the head of operations on the Reliant led to a lateral trajectory of my career. Cassandra, please. Okay, so maybe when it came time to change the ship's cybersecurity passwords, I couldn't be bothered to spend all day sitting in the computer core, waiting for it to generate new code, so I just changed all the existing passwords by a single digit. You place your face in your hands as a dull groan rises from the back of your throat. This isn't the first time you've heard of a story like this. And maybe it turns out when they run the cybersecurity drills, they assume that the enemy have their old passwords, so they try to brute force them. And maybe that meant the ship was compromised in 0.5 seconds? But at least they found out that I've done that in a drill and not in real engagement, right? I basically saved the entire ship in advance. I'm sorry you're still even stationed on the ship. How are you not stuck back in records room on Europa Colony right now? Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but if I can't trust you, who can I trust? It turns out this mission was organized at really short notice and the Gundog was the only ship available. The only problem was that they've been having issues with the crew, so they had to transfer in some folks from short notice. Lucky for me that had been so recently been made available. That's weird. I'd only just been stationed on the Duke, so I shouldn't have been free to be transferred. Okay, you figured it out. I may have used one of my contacts from the Academy who works in resource to transfer you over here. I'm pretty sure you know every regulation you broke by doing that? Oh, what was I supposed to do? Get stationed in some tiny ship heading on the middle of nowhere with no one I know on the crew? We haven't seen each other in months. Aren't you glad to see me? Of course I'm glad to see you. I missed you too, of course. It's been a long time. You don't become part of the Reliant's operations department without some serious talent. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, and you said that you were on your way to see the captain, right? Have you had a chance to take a look around the ship yet? No, not yet. I was going to. Great, I'll show you around. I've been here a few days, so I basically know this ship like the back of my hand. Where do you want to go first? I was on my way to see the captain. I felt the engine start up, so I knew we were launching soon. And I thought I should probably report in as soon as possible. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already logged you on board, so it's just a formality now. Besides, Captain Bartholomew? Captain Bartholomew isn't exactly a stickler for procedures, so we can check out anywhere we want before we head up there. Well, alright, in that case. Great! This is gonna be the best tour you've ever been on. By the time it's over, you'll soon know every inch of this ship and met everyone on board. It's been so long since we last saw each other too. We definitely need to take time to stop by my quarters and get reacquainted. You can now access every area of the Gundog. Oh. I can also look at the... I don't know how I pulled that up though. Select Talk to view a list of who is available to talk to. If you change your mind, select the Talk button again. You look around the central hub as Cassandra already begins to make her way to the first destination, waving as you follow. It might be a small ship, you think, but now would be the perfect opportunity to learn its layout and familiarize yourself where you'll be spending your current duty. Plus, you admit, it wouldn't hurt to meet all the crew. Better to get to know them sooner rather than later. Airlock? And this is the main airlock. It's the main way to get on and off the ship when it's docked. Thanks. I've already been here. Oh really? When? Actually, I think I'm confusing it with somewhere else. Well, what else do you want to tell me? Well, it's got one of the best views on the ship for one thing. You look around, but you can't see any windows. You wouldn't expect to on a military vessel where an inclusion like that could compromise the structure. Here? Really? Yeah, really, check it out. Cassandra strides over to the terminal set in the wall next to the airlock hatch and quickly begins typing commands to it. You hear a sequence of beeps and she stands back, gesturing proudly to the screen. Not too bad, huh? You look at the screen, but all you can see is a dark display with the current errand pixel suspending on it. Is it working? Of course it's working, look! You stare a little harder at the screen, and although it takes you a moment to eventually realize, that's an external feed! That's right, normally you can only actively see out of the Gundog from either the bridge or the hangar. But the ship's covered in small cameras for combat situations, so you can access the feeds from the terminals around the ship. That's actually pretty cool. But isn't the view from the bridge or the hangar better? You know, because they're actually looking out? Well, maybe, but there's always someone else around. You never get the view for yourself. No one ever comes here and it's so quiet. It's almost like you're out there. I guess I can see what you mean. It's pretty quiet out this way, and with a fancy screen like that, it's basically the real view. I knew you'd understand. I'll add the command to your terminal access. That way you can come out here and see the stars whenever you want. Thanks. Underneath the panel is the manual control for the external airlock hatch, just in case of mechanical or power failure. I've had to open one as part of a drill before, and it's not easy. These spacesuits are for emergencies only. Every crew member has an assigned suit that's stored near their main station. These suits here are in case of evacuation when those stations are inaccessible. As the two of you leave the central hub behind you and travel down the AFT side thoroughfare, the hum of the engines continue to grow louder. You effectively filtered out the noise for the rest of the ship, but as you get closer to the rear of the ship, its volume increases considerably. Are the engines supposed to be that loud? Are the what? I said, are the engines supposed to be that loud? The what? I said, are the engines! I heard you the first time, I'm just messing with you. You could've fooled me. I've never been on a ship where the engines are so noticeable. So it's supposed to be like that? Supposed to? No, not really. But the Gundog is a Swift class, a type of patrol ship that's designed for rapid response. They're made to cover large areas of space quickly and offer basic assistance to ships in distress. That is, or the first to be on the scene to gather intel and issue warnings if anyone comes too close to Jovian space. Which means design-wise, they've prioritized speed above everything else. I guess the best way to sum it all up is that the Gundog is basically a huge set of engines with a tiny ship strapped to them. Well, that's reassuring. Oh, it's fine. It just means that there's no space for systems like motion dampeners or soundproofing. You'll miss it when you leave. Armory? You swap your keycard through the card reader set into the terminal by the armory door. Instead of the door opening as you would expect, you hear the harsh sound from the terminal. Looking at its screen, you see a message displayed in large flashing letters. Access denied. Insufficient authority. And it looks like your clearance hasn't been fully processed yet. You have to meet the captain before you can go into that room. As the two of you continue through the aft thoroughfare, the thumb of the engines grows louder still. The featureless paneling that has made up the majority of the ship's interior quickly give way to the visible pipes and conduits, and eventually the smooth floor transitions to grating, revealing more workings underfoot. Finally, the thoroughfare leads into one huge open chamber filled with masses of machinery. Terminal panels set into the side of various apparatuses cycle through different readings. The light from the screens reflected off ducts and valves. All this equipment is separated by a grid of catwalks and access ladders. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is right. It's essential engineering. Pretty much every system aside from engines themselves and the central computer can be found in this room. All in one place? Isn't that a little risky? Well, a Swift-class ship relies on an absolutely minimal crew. The Gundog only has 2 engineers. I think they figured it'd be easier on them if everything that was important was kept in one place. That way, they don't have to run from one end of the ship to the other to get all of their repairs done if something goes wrong. Huh, you certainly know a lot about ship engineering. What can I say? I'm a pretty talented individual. Oh yeah, while we're here, you can share some of that knowledge. What's that over there? That's the Phononic conversion unit. And what's that? Oh, that's the omnifaceted Wayne shaft? Uh-huh. And what about that? That's the turbo calibrator? Every day's a school day. I'm the head of operations, not chief engineer, okay? I don't need to know what... Hey, you better not be screwing around up there. You both jump as a stern voice barks at you from below. Looking down, you see through the grating that there's another catwalk situated below the one that you stood on, with a crew member moving at speeds towards the ladder that joins the 2 walkways. I swear if I find so much as a single terminal readout out of place, I'm stuffing the 2 of you into the organics processing system. If I had to retrieve more than 1 pin from behind the compressors. The crew member continues to grumble as they ascend. Oh shit, sorry. I keep assuming that people I meet are gonna be men. God, I'm so fucking gay. Quinn, you better not be here to tell me that your favorite pin has somehow fallen into the systems block again. No, Chief. You got it right here. Damn straight you do. Now make sure you hang on to that one, or you're gonna need someone to pull you out of the systems block instead. And who's this? Our wayward security officer? Got a name there? You quickly throw a sharp salute at the woman in front of you without even checking her rank first. Not only does she loom over you physically, but you quickly pick up on a force of personality that feels like it adds an extra 6 inches to her considerable stature. Lieutenant Moon, security officer for JFS Gundog, ma'am. Less of that man business, Moon. Name's Mackenzie Cass. Chief engineer, but that's Chief to you. Yes, Chief. Yes, Chief. Damn straight. Now, what are the two of you doing in engineering? I was giving Lieutenant Moon a tour of the ship, Chief. That's so? You never been on a ship before, Lieutenant? First assignment? Never on a Swift class, Chief. I've only served on strike and supply classes to date. That's so. Which strike vessels? The JFS Victory and the JFS Thunderbolt, Chief. Victory and Thunderbolt, huh? Don't think either of those two are less than 3 years old, so probably wouldn't have seen with the new streamlined distribution systems. I wonder if that would have been the power coils, though. I think the Victory was part of the production. You and Cassandra exchanged a quick nervous glance as the Chief, who previously seemed like she was about to physically throw both of you out of engineering, suddenly begins a conversation with herself. You continue to stand to a nervous attention as she ruminates about the ship components. Chief, is there anything I can help you with around these about these ships? Oh, huh. Lieutenants, didn't realize you were still here. No, you're off the hook, Moon. Not unless you can tell me whether the Victory was outfitted with the 3rd generation B-Pack upgrades anyway. Sorry, Chief, I don't think I could. Wonder if that's because the retrofitting takes into account space availability in the ship's interior for minimal traversal impact. Although maybe it'll be that if it takes. I think now will be a good time for us to move on. Good idea. Well, that's all, Chief. We'll just be going now. Oh yeah, sure. Just don't let me catch you screwing around in here again. The two of you watch from around the corner as Chief Katniss, continuing to mutter to herself, paces back and forth, checking terminal readouts and various displays. Eventually, she heads down the ladder that she climbed to confront you. Now out of sight, Cassandra darts towards the engine room, gesturing you over. Checking over your shoulder just in case, the Chief has reappeared to make your way to her, just in time for the doorway to the engine room to open, and Cassandra to disappear inside before you can raise an objection. Well, it's gotta be better than staying here with the Chief. Give me a second. Sorry, I need to look at something that's not the screen for a second. I'm having eye strain. Eye strain break. We really should buy some eye drops as well, cause eyes are dry as hell. Oh right, I'm in a dark room looking at a fucking green screen. Let me turn on the light. Alright, that should be better. The room you find yourself in is a similar size to the area you just left, but whilst that was crammed full of huge range of machinery, this room is almost entirely filled with one colossal cylindrical device. The pulse of the engine is now a tangible sensation as the vibrations it emits shakes your whole body. So this is the main engine, well, one of them anyway. Like Chief said, the ship's outfitted with 2 of these. I see what you mean now when you said that the Gundog is a huge set of engines with a ship strapped to it. The thing's massive. I know! I look at it and I feel like you could probably fit the rest of the ship in this room if the engines weren't there. That's because it's impossible to get the Higgs field distortion drive by any smaller. Chief! Chief! I know you said that So these engines are actually a combination nuclear pulse engines built around a Higgs field distortion drive. If the HFDD wasn't here, when the engines could be about 10 times smaller than this. Although I hear they've managed to improve the efficiency of newer MPEs, so it's possible that the space saving could be more like 11 times smaller. Can either of you two tell me how HFDD works? FDD? Higgs Field Distortion Drive. That's what they're teaching you at the Academy? What are they teaching you at the Academy? It's a drive that allows ships to move far beyond speeds allowed by conventional engines, although it's nowhere near faster than light. It's what lets us get around the solar system without needing to worry about whether we'll live long enough to see the end of the journey. Anyway, everyone knows about the existence of the Higgs field. It's what allows interactions with the Higgs boson that gives particles their mass. Oh, right. So, what the drive does is warp and field relative to the ship and those on board. By doing that, it displaces the mass to a different area of space, but within the same relative. Wait, I think that's how the engines and the ship in Futurama works? Huh. As the chief continues on with her explanation, you glance at Cassandra and see a thinly veiled look of terror on her face. You can't blame her, as you feel much the same way caught in this, impromptu lecture. Then because of the particles retaining their relationship with each other, the general perception is that things are the same as normal. However, from an exterior perspective, the lecture drags on and you quickly lose track of the chief's explanation. Although you recognize the words she's saying, you can no longer make sense of the context, and they seem like a meaningless string of sounds. Does that make sense? Oh, yeah, so the field is got the mass, which is pushed? No. How to put it? Okay, so imagine the space is a ketchup packet, and you're the sauce. The sauce? Right, the sauce. Now, what the distortion drive does, it's like a thumb on the universe of the packet. It moves the sauce around by changing the shape of the packet to push the sauce. The packet is the universe. We're the sauce, and the drive is a thumb. You got it? You quickly glance at Cassandra and meet her eyes. As she's doing the same thing, you know for certain that neither of you have got it. And that's why these engines have to be so big, to house that drive. Oh, so all makes sense now. I see. Yes, definitely. Great, well now that you appreciate the science behind it, I won't have to throw you out of here. Thanks, Chief. Anytime, just remember, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief? Screw with anything and I'll throw you out of the airlock instead. Yes, Chief! Sauce? Central computer? I keep finding new places. So, it does work like the ship in Futurama. I think that ketchup packet analogy might be a... No, I don't think that's what Hubert Farnsworth had used for an example. I mean, he essentially was like, the ship doesn't move through space, the ship moves space around the ship. You swipe your keycard through the key reader set into the terminal and the door leading to the central computer. The door doesn't open and instead you hear a harsh sound. Looking at the screen, you see insufficient authority, access denied. Oh, even with your security clearance, you won't be able to get into the main computer room. Because the staff is so small that the ship's computer handles a lot of tasks that would normally be done by the crew. It controls a lot of really sensitive functions, so only the captain and the operations team are allowed access. Oh, I didn't think any of the ships I've been on have had computer systems like this. The bigger ships usually have their computers distributed amongst multiple systems across the ship. But because they also got larger crews, there's more people on board that are responsible for it. I think that's because the Swift class is so small that there's such a limited crew that they need to assign more functionality to the computer. Because of that, it's a lot more vital that no one screws around with it. I see. You said the operations have access? Can we take a look using your authority? Well, since the whole reason I'm here is that I didn't exactly take my responsibilities with the Reliant computer system seriously, the captain told me not to mess around with it. But it's not that interesting anyhow. Ah, of course, not that interesting anyhow. Probably just because you can't have access. As you head from the central hub, the noise from the engine becomes quieter, and the ambient temperature feels noticeably cooler. The thoroughfare stretches out in front of the ship, with the doorways leading to other areas of the ship visible in the distance. And here we're in the fortified thoroughfare. I know, I went to my quarters earlier when I came aboard. What did you just say? Four-side thoroughfare? No, I don't think you did. I 100% said four-side thoroughfare. It's a tricky thing to say. You try saying it quickly. Four-side thoroughfare, four-side thoroughfare, four-side thoroughfare. Ah! Haha, yourself. We'll call this one a job, Lieutenant. Damn, my girlfriend's cute as hell. And also my superior. Hot. Crew quarters, corridor 2. This is the second set of crew corridors, where operations staff, me and Vanessa, the department heads, and the captain have their quarters. Makes sense. Of course, it's obvious why you come this way so soon after finding out I was part of the crew. What do you mean? I'm supposed to be meeting the captain soon. I know, despite that, you've let your libido guide you to my quarters, you animal. Let's maybe save that for later, okay? You tease! Oh, by the way, if you ever want access to my quarters, the passcode for the lock is 0211. It's pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. This is cute. 0211. Got it. That's right, it's... our anniversary? Come on, you didn't think I'd forget, did you? Hey, good job! Oh, wait! Before you go in, can you give me a few minutes just to tidy up the place? I was late for the duty shift this morning, so it's kind of a mess. Let me put some stuff away, okay? Yeah, sure. Keeping herself between you and the entrance to our room, Cassandra opens the door using the control panel to the right. As it opens, she swiftly steps through, and before it's even all the way open, closes it again using the panel on her side of the entrance. The entire time, she obstructs your view of her quarters. Thanks, won't be long, promise! A few minutes pass and you continue to stand gingerly outside of Cassandra's quarters. You hear the occasional footsteps coming from the four-side thoroughfare, but they all move on the other parts of the ship. Thankfully, no one stops to ask you why security is lurking outside of the operations officer's quarters. Hey, Cassie? You give a gentle knock, leaning against the wall, continuing to remain on lookout for anyone who may have some questions about what you're doing out here. How's it going in there? Oh yeah, almost done. Just give me a minute to get this sorted out, and... that last pause was followed by a loud bang and the sound of a small cascade of various objects onto the floor. Okay, maybe a few more minutes. You sigh and step back from the door. If anyone asks, you can always tell them that you're doing spot checks for contraband or something similar. Done, come in. Bitch, it's still messy. Bitch, you live like this? Welcome, make yourself at. As you step through the door frame, the toe of your boot catches on the discarded pair of leggings, which are held in place by your other foot. As you begin to fall over and you reach out to catch something, stop yourself. Unfortunately, the chair you reached out for has a uniform thrown onto the backrest, which slips as you grab it, bringing both the chair and the assortment of cosmetics on the seat clattering down to the floor with you. Oh no, Blue, are you okay? I'm sorry, I thought... Cassie? Yes? I thought you said you were tidying this place up. I was! Then why did I just get brained by a falling hairdryer? There was a system! You get back to your feet and right the chair as Cassie quickly grabs the assorted bottles and tubes that fell down with you, placing them randomly back on any nearby surface. You almost launch into a speech about security stowing possessions in case of high-speed maneuvers. But you stop yourself. Doesn't the captain ever carry out spot checks or surprise inspections? No, it's great! From what I've heard, her quarters are worse than mine. Is that right? I've still got the rest of the ship to check out. Plus, I should really go and see the captain soon. I don't think there's time for that right now. I did want to see if they would let me. Damn, a game where you can fuck your girlfriend? Wild. Are those printed photographs? Aren't those cool? They're from our first date on the Europa amusement park. I took my pixie cam straight to a specialist parents the next day and got copies made. I even wrote the day on the back so I'd never forget our anniversary. I look so mature. God, and she looks so childlike. Carefree spirits are totally my type. Oh, maybe the face thingy? Maybe the face thingy, the face option I chose only applies to the other characters, but doesn't apply to me. That would be interesting. Wow, I never knew you were that sentimental. I knew I was on to a good thing when you held my hair back so I could barf mid roller coaster ride. You don't meet many people that consider it when you're dating within the forces, let me tell you. Yeah, now that I think about it, that wasn't the most romantic date I've ever been on. You still called me back for a second date though. I guess it must have been pretty desperate. Hey! Joking, joking. I don't know how much stuff Cassie stuffed in there, but I think if I open it, I may never be able to close it again. With this stuff on top, it'd be easier just to use my own terminal. Cassie's bed. It currently appears to be acting as a makeshift wardrobe. Does she move all these clothes before she goes to sleep, or do they act like an extra sheet? Does she even have this much clothing on board anyway? Printed photographs from our first day at the theme park. Next time I'll keep my wits about me for any inadvertent booby traps before I come in. So your quarters are down by this way, huh? That's right, why? I was wondering where you'd be. On a Swift class, there's two different quarter sections. One has all the department chiefs, while the other has the crew that work within those departments. Since you're the only security officer on board, I was wondering if they count you as a department head or not. Well, I guess I don't. I'm just slumming it. Oh, that's not what I was... I'm messing with you, don't worry about it. The head of security is typically under the captain's instruction anyway, so it makes sense that my quarters are down this way. I guess so, when you put it like that. So, have you met any of your neighbors yet? Well, let's see. Dylan Dees. No, I haven't met him yet. He's a ship's gunner. Bit of a weird guy. You're more likely to find him in the fire control than ever in his quarters. Oh yeah? Yeah, he brought tons of cassettes with him. Day in and day out, you'll find him listening to them one after the other. He's almost sat staring out in space or air drumming along. He doesn't really talk to anyone. At least he's always at his post. Haru Rummy. Nope, not met him yet either. I haven't spent much time with Haru. They're the second AF pilot on the Gundog. As far as I know, they're a pretty good pilot, but that's only from what they say, so I can't say for sure if that's true or not. Haru spends all of their time hanging out with Hanson, and the two of them swagger around like they own the place. Spends a lot of time with Hanson, huh? Guess that tells me something. Huh, I wonder if that character's non-binary since they only got they'd. Dalton Grange. Haven't run into him yet. Dalton's such a sweetie! Is that right? Yeah, he's a junior engineer. He's actually just a student working towards his degree with naval engineering on a JSF scholarship, so he's still really eager to please. You can watch him bounce around the hangar like a pinball trying to do everything the chief tells him to do as quickly as possible. Sounds like he's a little bit highly strung. You bet! He's right at the start of his training, so he'll jump the second you tell him to. You can get into the second hangar and shout, "Dalton!" And he's there in a second. The other day, the chief told him to find her a left-handed wrench, and he was tearing through the hangar, probably trying to find one. Poor kid. Oh, he's okay. The chief was only busting his chops. Hanson Cruz. Yeah, I know this guy. Oh, you met him already? Not on the Gundog. I knew him back in the Kalki. Oh! Is he the guy you told me about? That's right. Not what you call my biggest fan. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. As you step into your quarters, Cassandra follows you in. She stands by the door for a moment, looking around the room before turning to face you. Wow, you really like to keep it tidy, don't you? I've only just got here. There's not a lot of time to make a mess. Are you kidding? I'm pretty sure my bag exploded the moment I stepped into my quarters. Jovian military supplies aren't what they used to be. Or maybe it was an operator error? And what's that supposed to mean, Lieutenant? Nothing, just considering all the possibilities. Wait, is that... What? Lieutenant Moon, don't tell me that... What is it? Your chair! It's not perfectly aligned with the terminal! I guess nobody's perfect, huh? I would have made more of an effort if I knew that the officer doing spot checks was gonna be such a stickler. I suppose I won't have time to report you to the captain this time, Lieutenant. Oh my god! When your girlfriend's your superior and uses her superiorness to bust your chops. Hey, you wanna see something cool? I feel like this may be a bad idea, but go on. Alright, I'll always love your sense of adventure. Now check this out. If you work your fingers under the bottom of one of the panels by your bunk, you can take it off its mountings and... there's a recess behind it that you can stash contraband in. Oh! How about this floor panel? Did you know that if you use something strong enough, you can pry it open and it leads to a crawl space below the decks that you can use to get to other areas of the ship? Yeah. Oh! Alright, but I bet you didn't know that if you logged into your terminal and entered a secret code that you can play Snake. That too, sorry. Well fine, I guess you probably know every secret of the ship then. Well, not every secret, but I am a security officer. I've seen and caught every trick there is when it comes to contraband, crew breaking, fraternization rules, or system exploits. I'd have to get pretty technical to get... It'd have to be pretty technical to get past me. Wait, how do you know all this? Oh, well, that is a... Back to the tour! Yeah, I'm not gonna look at everything. If I look at everything, I'll be here all day. When the full game comes out, that'll be fine. I hate that almost every game, pretty much every game we've demoed is a game that we would want. But we have good taste, and kind of know what we like, so I guess it just comes with the territory. You step from the elevator into the bridge, and what seems to have been a pretty quiet atmosphere turns totally silent as the two women present, who had previously been observing a screen, turn to face you. Oh, wee, that my captain? Oh, captain, my captain. You identify the captain almost immediately by her uniform, although you are given pause to wonder if you misjudged as she listlessly straightens up and heads over to you with an air of disinterest. The other woman shoots you a look but remains seated in her station, quickly turning away when she realizes she's caught you looking her way. I just realized this ship is stacked with pretty women, but I'm taken. Interesting decision. The curtness of her reaction catches you off guard as she quickly returns to what she'd been doing before you enter. Hopefully Cassie's presence can thaw what might be a cold reception. Lieutenant Blue Moon entering the bridge and reporting for formal assignment. You declare, throwing a sharp salute with Cassandra quickly following suit. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn entering the bridge in company with Lieutenant Moon. You're taken aback slightly as you realize that you've hardly ever seen Cassie be serious about anything, even her position. Whenever she's had to talk about her assignments, it's almost been dismissive or in a joking way. You're caught off guard that you almost missed the captain addressing you. At ease, Lieutenant Commander. You and Cassie both lower your salutes and loosen your posture slightly. There's a slight pause when you can tell it's the captain sizing you up. This informal assignment lasts a little bit longer than you're comfortable with until the captain releases a heavy sigh. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I was beginning to get worried that the notification we'd sent you... Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I was beginning to get worried that the notification we'd had that you'd been aboard had been a system issue. I trust that you haven't had too hard a time finding your way to the bridge to introduce yourself. No, ma'am. I was just... You glance over to Cassandra, who is maintaining a completely straight face. We can check out anywhere you want before you head up there. Yeah, right. You fit your gaze straight ahead. This wouldn't be the first time that Cassandra's lackadaisical attitude had got you in trouble with higher-ups. I was just familiarizing myself with the ship in case I came up with any queries that I could field to you. Oh, is that so? Well, anything you'd like to ask? No, ma'am. Very good. Well, I'm glad you can make it. Eventually. This mission is an urgent one, which is why we departed as soon as you came aboard without a formal reception. Oh, water. Remember to drink water every bite, or you'll die! Wow, I'm in a good mood today. Ugh. A good mood and sticky eyeballs. Ugh. Thinking about it, it was unusual that you hadn't had a formal onboarding process beyond the dock staff checking your ID and guiding you onto the gun dock. You're not realizing your rush, but now it was obvious. But it did make sense that if it was an urgent dispatch, the ship would launch as soon as all its crew was on board. My apologies, ma'am. My transport was running late. Yes, we'd been sent word. That wouldn't have been anything to do with you, would it? No, ma'am. There was a breakdown on the... Anyway, Lieutenant, I'd like to take the opportunity to formally welcome you to the JSS Gundog. My name is Captain Marius Bartomius. I run as tight a ship as you'd expect, and I anticipate that you'll carry out your duties to the same standard. Yes, ma'am. From experience, most onboarding procedures have involved greetings and speeches from the captain that have ranged from serious to almost ceremonial in comparison. Captain Bartholomew's introduction is almost lethargic. Your card, Lieutenant. Yes, ma'am. Use the item button to make use of items in your inventory. Although the game will prompt you for your items from time to time, try using items in your discretion when talking to characters and interacting with objects. She inspected for a moment before taking it to a control panel near the captain's chair. You remain in position, not quite at ease, but not quite at attention. You watch as she enters some commands into the console before inserting your card into a slot. There's a sound of whirring, followed by a series of beeps before your card is ejected and the captain takes it back. By selecting the function below, you can now access a map of the ship, allowing you to move toward one location to another without visiting areas in between. Nice! If an event happens somewhere on the way, you will move to that location instead. You can also view your current objectives and other important information. In return, select the function menu again. Oh, to return. With this, Lieutenant Moon, you now have access to all the areas and authorities befitting the ship's security detail. Your responsibilities begin with immediate effect. Thank you, ma'am. You're also now authorized to take an appropriate electroshock weapon from the armory. If you have any further questions, then you know where to find me. Dismissed. Whoa. Armory. You stop your keycard through the card reader, set into the terminal, and get an access granted sign. The first thing you notice about the armory is that the benches and lockers remind you of the changing rooms from the training center back at the military academy in Europa Colony. As you walk past them, you take a clear look and realize that they're the exact kind of benches used in the larger ships that you've been stationed on, which had sports facilities and changing rooms on board. Instead of sports clothing and equipment, these lockers are filled with a selection of combat gear, from body armor or electroshock weapons to a variety of small and light weapons. You know, this is the first time I've ever actually been inside a ship's armory. Oh wait, no, wrong voice. Oh no, that is the right voice. And that's not really surprising. It's only the security detail that would have access. Even in a situation where a ship's expecting to encounter a boarding party, it's security's responsibility to distribute weaponry to the crew in advance. This will ensure that there's no panic or crew don't get a hold of weaponry they're not trained to use. Huh. That's standard regulation, you should know that. Well... all I remember from my firearm training was that I dropped my electroshock weapon and accidentally zapped one of the other girls from operations. Our trainer made me use a hand crank battery charger to recharge all the power packs as punishment. That must have taken forever. You bet! But you should have seen my gun show afterwards. Pew pew! Trans girls tell the worst jokes. Wouldn't have it any other way. Which reminds me, the captain said I was authorized to collect my sidearm. I should get it whilst I'm here. Accessing a weapons locker sends an automatic alert to the bridge. Even if I wanted to examine the weaponry, it wouldn't be. I wouldn't want to set off an alarm up there without telling anyone what I was doing. This is the weapons locker with the electroshock weapons in it. I'm authorized to take one small weapon from here as part of my role as security officer. This one will do. Got an electroshock gun. What's that? It's just a standard issue duty weapon for my role as security officer. It fires a bar projectile that contains a miniature battery. It's not lethal, but more than enough to stop someone in their tracks. I see. Absolutely not. Oh, come on. Oh, it's a mess hall. Obviously, it's a mess hall. Sick bay, engineering, engine room. I still got the rest of the ship to check out now. I don't think there's still time for that. I just wanted to see what would happen. Oh wow, there's like a whole little thingy. Okay. Alright, where do I want to go? No, I don't want to go to the captain's quarters. Maybe I should go back to the bridge. Yes, Lieutenant. Captain, when I received my posting to the Gundog, I was informed of my role, but I didn't receive the ship's briefing documents. If I may, what's the Gundog's objective? We've been alerted by another Swift-class patrol vessel, the O'Brien, about the signals coming from the edge of our territory. The O'Brien is currently on a solo patrol in the outer Jovian space, so we've been sent to provide backup or support as necessary. Of course, if something were to attack two Swifts, it's not as if they could put up much of a fight. Really, it's more of a case that we're out here so that if anything does happen, at least one vessel will be able to get away to warn the colony fleet. I see. Oh, did I just say that out loud? Yes, ma'am. Forget what I said. That's an order. Yes, ma'am? Excuse me, Lieutenant. I'm currently on duty, so I'll appreciate it if you did not disturb me. Lieutenant Lord! Lieutenant Moon is the ship's head of security. Since I'm here, you can take the time to introduce yourself formally. Great, I've got this. See you in 5. So you're the security officer that Cassandra's been going on about? That's right, Lieutenant Blue. Pleased to meet you. Well, I'm Vanessa Lord. I serve on the bridge as part of operations. Cassandra's told me a lot about you. Is that right? What kind of? I'm disappointed that you're nowhere near as attractive as she made you out to be. Oh, is that, right? I thought it was too good to be true, that some dashing officer would be transferred here at the last moment. Instead, we just got another lunk. Well, how is it that you got transferred here on such short notice? I was looking over your records earlier, and you were mid-assignment on the Duke. Why would they transfer you instead of... Whoa, hey, look at the time! I think your break's over, Lieutenant Commander Quinn. I think Vanessa needs to get back to her station. Of course. I hope this is just the start of a productive working relationship between the two of you. Vanessa, I'll catch up with you later, okay? Huh. I'm really interested in how the interpersonal relationships will play out in this game. Mess hall? Oh, and here we have the highlight of the entire tour, the mess hall. Cassandra's face is radiating happiness as she gestures through the double doorway that would have stood by into the mess hall. Looking inside, you see a canteen like any other. Tables, chairs, vending machines, it's all there. This is the highlight? It looks like a pretty standard mess hall to me. You bet! Do you know why? Tell me. Because they've got both different kinds of vending machines. The red one that stocks the spicy potato chips, and the white one that has all the different chocolate bars. Wow, so that's all bases covered, huh? They've got all the fundamental food groups! Gosh, my girlfriend, all she does is make mess in her room, play snake, eat hot chip, and lie. fucking Christ. I'm not sure. Hey, Quinn? A rough voice calls out from further in. You hadn't noticed them previously because of Cassandra's enthusiastic presentation of the vending machines, but someone sat in the far corner stands up, drops a half-smoked cigarette into the coffee cup, and strides over. Damn! Hello! Fucking Christ! Yeah, this game is gay. This game is so fucking gay. Wait a minute. Wait, actually, I was just remembering earlier in the stream where it's like, oh yeah, the tags are user base. So even if it says LGBT, it's probably from people being thirst trapped. It's just from the fact that this game is a thirst trap. But at the same time, I mean, come on, it's a thirst trap. They know who they're marketing to. And considering the type of queers that we know who like the games that this game is like kind of honoring by existing, I'm just like, yeah, yeah. They know what they're doing. This is actually sending me back to playing like Helltaker or something. Like, gosh, like, so many good girls. Oh, speaking of good girls, the title of stream is completely serious. We did put in a, we completely put in, commands, for people to bark wolf or arf, depending on their gender identity. You'll get a nice surprise. Surprised no one did it before. We have so many subs here. What's going on, Quinn? Who's this? Lieutenant Rumi, were you just smoking in the mess hall? Nah, take it easy, Quinn. I was sat here by the extractor vent and the metal vendor. No harm, no foul. That's not the point. The extra strain on the air scrubbers from cigarette. Yeah. So anyway, who's this hottie? Ah! Well, cat's got your tongue. Name's Harurumi. What about you? Good looking. Oh, this is Haru? Haru's flirting with me already? Damn. Oh, Lieutenant Blue Moon, ship security. Blue Moon. No way, really? Last time I checked. Well, alright, good to know. That's all for me, Moon. You know where my quarters are, right? Yeah, I do. Nice, catch you later. Did she just invite me to go to her room to fuck? What was that all about? Cassie? You know where that room is, do you? I mean, I do. It's near mine. It's not what... The room is right by mine! Gosh. Make your girlfriend jealous simulator. 1990s. But damn, Haru's... I like Haru. I feel like Haru can make me worse. Fire control. Oh, Cassie, before we go, do you want something from the vending machine? Chocolate? Chips? Soda? Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, Lieutenant. I promise I didn't get what Haru was saying about their room. Okay, but it's gonna be a chocolate bar. Okay, sure. Wait, 2 chocolate bars! Sure. Wait, 3! Oh my god, she's such a child. Moving beyond the mess hall and the hangar access, the two of you continue to the furthest end of the four-side thoroughfare. The door at the very end of the corridor is shut. The words fire control painted on it are in large, stencilized letters. Cassandra swipes her keycard through the reader by the door before turning to you. So this is fire control. The gunner's probably here, but, well, you'll see. That's pretty cryptic. Well, I think I'm about to meet the one dude on this ship. If you, depending on your gender identity playing this game, I guess there would be two dudes. But, as far as I know, only one now. As you follow Cassandra through the doorway, your eyes take a moment to adjust to the strip lighting that illuminates the rest of the ship is now conspicuously absent. Instead, the entire room is lit by the phosphorescent glow of the alcove full of screens and readouts. Looking at the screens, each one seems to not be showing much more than a few spaces on a black background. From experience, though, you know that what you are looking at is a live feed from the cameras all over the ship's exterior. In the center of this alcove, facing away from you, is a seat like the ones on the bridge. From this angle, it's impossible to tell if there's anyone in it, but you notice a tinny rhythmic hiss coming from it. So anyway, all the ship's weapon systems are controlled from here. These screens give the gunners a panoramic view of... Is the gunner right here now? You look over Cassandra's shoulder at the back of the seat. You swear you see a quick flicker of movement, but you can't be sure that it's not just the flash of a readout reflecting off the surface. Oh, Dylan, yeah, he's here. Should we say hello? Well, normally I would, but... Cassandra leans back slowly as if trying to surreptitiously sneak a peek at what's going on the other side of the chair without it noticing her. She quickly turns back to you after a moment's pause. He just looks so in the zone, you know? It seems a shame to interrupt him. Interrupt what? Cassandra leans back again after a moment, quietly gestures for you to come take a look. Oh, he's cute. Sat in the chair is a man who looks a little bit older than you. His eyes are closed and his face is a picture of absolute serenity. Over his ears are possibly the single largest pair of headphones you've ever seen in your entire life. As he sits there, oblivious to your presence, his right leg bounces up and down and his wrists flick constantly. You wonder for a moment if he's okay before spying a cassette player poking out from his jacket pocket. You realize that the hiss you hear is the slightest whisper of the music that he's listening to escaping from those substantial headphones. Is this okay? Shouldn't he be a bit more attentive? Don't worry, it's fine. He's not even on duty. Yeah, but what if there's an alert? Let's find out! Cassandra moves over to the panel just before the monitor laden cloth, takes a receiver off the wall, and enters a few numbers into the keypad. Hi Vanessa, yeah, it's Cassie. Can we test the alert system in fire control? No, it's not scheduled. It's a spot check. Yeah, random testing, you know, chief's orders. Of course she asked. Why would I be asking for a spot test of an alert in fire control if Chief didn't ask? You're a darling, thanks. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Loud! In an instant, you see the figure in the chair bolt upright, yank their headphones off, and lay their hands on the fire control systems, their heads snapping back and forth as they rapidly survey the wall of the monitors. False alarm? Hey Dylan, don't mind us, just had to do a spot check on the alarm system. Chief's orders. Oh, hey Quinn. No problem. Who's this? Lieutenant Blue Moon, ship security. Oh hey, Warrant Officer Dylan Dees, gunner. Welcome aboard. These nuts. Thanks. Well, let me know if you guys need anything. That alert totally got in the way of my awesome solo, so I'm gonna rewind and pick up where I left off. Good to meet you? Okay, I've been mess hall, hangar. Oh, I guess I could try to go to the captain's quarters. The captain's quarters sits at the end of the corridor, differentiated from the other doors in the corridor by small insignias that sits above the nameplate. Like the others, the corridor displays the occupant's name, in this case, Captain Maris Bartholomeus. Even in your role as security officer, there are a few rooms of the ship that you don't have access to. The captain's quarters is one of them. There's nothing for you here right now, so you turn back. Airlock? Oh no, been there. Engineering, central computer, engine room, armory, AFT thoroughfare, sickbay. The elevator doors hiss open and you both enter into the wide open room. You're immediately struck by the glare of the high-powered lights that are set into the ceiling. Just as you regain your vision, the powerful aroma of clinical disinfectant burns at your nostrils. Looking around, you see the standard features of a sickbay. A set of beds that extrude from the wall on one side and a large gallery window set up into the wall on the other, indicating the presence of a surgery wing. The walls are lined with cupboards and cabinets, containing medical supplies and various devices set on countertops. In the middle of the room is a large desk set to face the entrance. On the side closest to you are two chairs, on the other sits a figure that you almost mistake for a piece of medical equipment until they look up. Miss Quinn, excellent timing. I just finished the analysis of your... Hey Doc, don't worry about that right now. I'm giving a tour to our new security officer. Very good, Miss Quinn. Hello, Lieutenant Moon. I'm the ship's doctor. Cypher Rostrium. I've reviewed your file already, so please feel free to stop by with any complaints. But since you're here, Miss Quinn, I'd really like to talk to you about your gastro... Honestly, Doctor, it's fine. You can talk... We can talk... It's fine. We can talk about it. Intestinal... Doctor, later! Distress. Okay, Doctor. A moment, please. Honey, if you could just give me a few minutes with the doctor. Yeah, no problem. She has irritable bowel syndrome. Guess who needs diapers? Cassandra grabs the doctor by his sleeve and drags him over to the surgery wing, yanking him through behind the door. Once the door closes, you can't hear them, but you can still see the two through the gallery window. You decide to turn your attention away and examine a nearby poster of space illness. Yes, thank you, Doctor. I understand. So that includes your synthetic meats or carbohydrates. Understood. But as I've explained, I've got a full supply of NutriShake powders that would serve as a balanced replacement to the meats of the food vendor that could alleviate your doctor. Tummy troubles. This tour is moving on! This game is so fucking funny. As the two of you head down the four-side thoroughfare and away from the crew quarters, Cassie stops by a double-sized doorway and runs her keycard through the reader next to it. Watch your step! She instructs, tapping her knuckles on a large warning sign next to the door that reads Low Gravity Zone. Once the door opens, she heads through and you follow her into a wide stairwell. It only takes two sets of steps before you can feel yourself grow lighter. By the time you reach the doorway at the bottom, you're almost floating. Stepping into the hangar and onto the catwalk, the first thing that strikes you are the profiles of the two armored frames stood stood as if on guard, facing into the main area of the hangar. Although you fully expected to see them here, every Jovian ship features at least a few. The sight of the armored frame stirs uncontrollable memories in you, and you inadvertently grit your teeth and squeeze the handrail you grab tightly. Oh, I'm glad I came here last! Ma'am, they're firing on us! There's so many of them! Oh my god! Ma'am, help! The retreat's totally cut off! We can't get back to the ship! Ma'am, what do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up. 3 and 4, on me. You're going to punch a hole through their formation and... Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I think it's just a change in gravity level. It left me a little bit queasy. I know how you feel. I was late for a hangar all at once and rushed down straight after a big lunch. I was moving so fast that the gravity shift my stomach contents couldn't keep up. Gross. Tell me about it. I did everything I could to keep my mouth shut. You know the rule for low gravity zones? What you spew is left up to you. It wasn't gonna be late and on cleanup. I wasn't gonna be late and on cleanup duty. Speaking of duties, shouldn't there be someone around here? Dalton should be around here somewhere. If you're feeling funny, stay here for a moment and I'll go see if I can find him. Sure. You watch as, despite the 15-meter difference between the catwalk and the hangar floor, Cassie nonchalantly places her 2 hands on the handrail and deftly vaults over it into the emptiness. Thanks to the low gravity, she doesn't fall, but instead kicks off the railing, propelling herself through the air. As Cassandra drifts off, eventually catching on one of the armored frame's legs and using it as a swing to swing herself around to float in a different direction, you place your elbow on the railing and your head in your hand. You turn your attention back to the stoic features on the armored frames' heads and sigh deeply. Your attention is caught by the cockpit hatch on one of the frames being half open. Looking around, you see everything as you'd expect. Armor frame, weapon rack, storage containers, various equipment, all of it restrained appropriately and fastidiously arranged. The cockpit hatch is the only thing that breaks that pattern. It's weird. I can't find him anywhere. I know it's definitely a shift right now, so he should be around here somewhere. Looking past Cassandra at the armored frame with the ajar cockpit hatch, a thought strikes you. I think I might have an idea. Follow me. You carry out the same vaulting maneuver that Cassie had performed and kick off towards the huge machine's cockpit. Once close enough, you grab a hold of its arm and pull yourself up towards the open hatch. A few seconds later, Cassie appears beside you, and you both notice the sound of gentle snoring coming from within the cockpit. Well, Lieutenant Commander, I think this is an operations issue, so I'll let you handle it. Leaving the decision up to me again, huh? Cassandra nimbly clambers up the armored frame, positioning herself straight above the cockpit. Bracing herself on the machine's chest, she brings her heel down sharply and repeatedly on the armor. Cadet Grange, attention! You hear a muffled scream from within the cockpit, followed by a dull thud and a string of muffled cursing, and then finally a figure emerges from the cockpit. Oh, cutie! Cuties are even cuter when they're scared. Ma'am, I was just checking the calibrations. The calibrations on the AF. I got some feedback that... Oh, it's just you, Commander Quinn. Excuse me, Cadet? Just? Is that how you address a superior officer, Cadet? Oh, wait. Is that how you address a superior officer, Cadet? Oh, ma'am. No, ma'am. I was just expecting to see you in the hangar, ma'am. I just wasn't expecting to see you in the hangar, ma'am. Okay, you can tone it down a bit, Dalton. Oh, yes, ma'am. Good enough, I suppose. Anyway, Cadet, this is Lieutenant Moon, Ship Security Officer. Oh, hi, ma'am. Dalton Grange, Junior Engineer. Good to meet you, Cadet. Looks like you've got Looks like they've got you working hard. Looks like... Oh, no ma'am. Well, that is... Yes ma'am? But not so hard that I'm falling asleep. No ma'am, just recalibrating the sensor array and then... Take it easy, cadet. We've all taken a nap in a cockpit in our lives. Well... Of course, we never took cockpit naps with the chief giving us orders, so you probably need to get back in with whatever you were doing, huh? I totally forgot. She's gonna kill me. Good kid, right? I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him already. These two armored frames are both Juno models, the workhorse of the Jovian Colony Fleet's military. They look like they're a newer type than the ones I piloted on Kelpie. Almost piloted. Hey cadet, how's it go? Ah! Hey there, take it easy, it's just me. Oh, Lieutenant, sorry. I thought you were someone else. What's this crew possibly doing that's got you so jumpy? Oh, it's not the crew, it's just the chief. She really likes a surprise inspection and making sure that I'm working as fast as she expects me to. At least once a day I'll think I'm alone somewhere and then suddenly, Cadet Dalton report! I don't know how she does it, but I don't know how she does it. I'll have an eye on the entrance and the entire time and she'll just still appear out of nowhere. I think she uses the maintenance ducts. Okay, take it easy. I'm pretty sure it's just us in here. Okay, if you're sure. Anyway, how can I help you, Lieutenant? I'm just getting to know the ship and its crew, finding out what they're all about. Oh, huh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So, what are you up to here, Cadet? Oh, I'm actually working on 2 projects at the moment, a part of my engineering degree. The first is my own project, a high-density, rapid expansion emergency sealant for hull breaches. I've been working on a compound that's designed to be released in case of a breach and seal up cracks and prevent atmosphere loss. Sounds pretty impressive. How's that going? Not too well, Lieutenant. I intended it to be used within the ship as a safety measure for the crew, but the technical officer who oversees my progress back in the academy instructed me to find a way to weaponize it. He thinks it'd be good for immobilizing enemy AFs. That still seems like it is being put to good use, if it's cutting down on casualties, don't you think? I guess so. What's the second? Oh, that's just something I'm working on for the Chief. It's a set of modification for Juno to increase his mobility in space. Cadet Dalton, report. Oh, ma'am, Chief! Yes, Chief! Currently in process of... I think I'll just leave him to get on with it. Where does she come from, anyway? I wish I wore my uniform trousers today. What's up? I was thinking we could play low gravity tag or something, but now that Dalton's back up and about, we shouldn't. I don't think he's gonna snitch on you anytime soon. That's not what I mean! I don't follow. Huh? Honestly, have you considered the issues of floating around in a skirt? Oh! Just count yourself lucky. I would have kicked your ass. Okay, so not all of the, this game was written with a guy in mind, but they decided to allow, options for different things. For different, different gender identities. Which is interesting. Oh. Oh! Oh wow, wait, is it really? I crossed everything out of my list. Now all I have to do is fuck my girlfriend. Hell yes. Sorry, I keep saying fuck my girlfriend. I don't think they'll let me fuck my girlfriend. We'll probably like... It'll probably like fade to black or something. But she kept talking about libido and shit, so how can I not frame it that way? So, how are you finding the Gundog so far? Enjoying the tour? The ship's pretty much the same as every other one I've been stationed on. The tour is first class, though. Maybe if working in naval operations doesn't work out, you could start your own business as a tour guide back on Europa Colony? You think so? Definitely. You seem to have all the insider knowledge already, and you've only been stationed for a few days. Imagine all the insider knowledge you could share about Europa Colony. Yeah, you're right! And over here, we have the statue of the workers who built this colony. If you sneak around the back, you can get inside. You can get inside the Pilnith and hide from the colony security if they catch you and your friends hanging out in the park after it's been shut down. Then again, you don't think that would be the kind of thing people will want to know? Maybe a bit more than the worker. Maybe a bit more about the workers first, anyway. What do you want to do when we've got some shore leave? So now that we're on the same ship, our shore leave will line up. So do you have anywhere you want to go? Anything you want to do? I haven't thought about it. I guess this means that we'll be able to go on a lot more dates now? Oh, I know. Did you hear about the new colony they've added to the Europa cluster? It says an ultra-efficient water handling plant, and the planters have included a water park. We should go as soon as it opens. A water park? What's that? You've never heard of a water park? Never. They're one of the coolest new features on the new colonies they're building. They're like lots of big swimming pools with slides and rivers and all sorts. All the e-magazines are saying that they're gonna be the coolest things to do in the colonies once they're open. Pools and slides into pools? But like really exciting. Huh, okay. I guess when we're next docked, I'll see if I can book us some tickets. Awesome! How do you feel about being transferred from the Reliant? So, about your transfer from the Reliant? I know. We don't need to have this conversation. I've already had it with Captain Sinai in my dismissal, and from one of the senior resource officers. You're wasting your potential. You would make an exciting captain if you took your duty seriously. Your academy scores are excellent. Blah, blah, blah. I wasn't gonna give you a speech, One of the only good things about not having parents is that I don't have to hear from them too. Hey, Cassie. And it's the absolute worst hearing it from you because I know that out of everyone, you're probably the only person that really cares. Hey, I wasn't gonna give you a big speech about it. I just figured you already had it from everyone else. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I just figured you were feeling worse than you let on. It's gonna be okay, you know? A ship like this isn't the worst place to be for a while. And if things work out, you can always put in for a transfer back into a bigger ship. The JCF is still building up its navy, so there'll be loads of opportunities. If that doesn't work out, there's still your career as a tour guide back in Europa. Yeah, you know it. I'd probably make a better tour guide than the ship operator anyway. I think you'd be great at whatever you decide to do, and whatever that is, I'll be here to support you through it. That makes me really happy. That is I feel like that was a realistic partner interaction. I really like that. Also, I really appreciate I was making a little bit of a stink about the fact that like I'm on a ship full of hotties but I already have a girlfriend, and I'm assuming that we're monogamous in this game. But like, I think that it's actually really great to have stories where there's already an established romantic relationship, because so many stories use a romantic relationship as a prize at the end, or at the very least, they have it as a side plot that accumulates as time goes on. And you don't really get to see people have a relationship and move through those motions. You basically see them like, you know, will they, won't they, until you get like a certain way through the story and bam, you know, it's now like accumulative, but then the story's almost over. And not to say that there's not a place for that stuff, right? But especially in a game, it's, I think it's really cool to be able to navigate a relationship. So it's nice to see, and especially to see the writing handled in that way. Especially with like their positions and them being in the military. Like, it's nice to see that that Cassie isn't, despite Cassie's bubbly attitude, and maybe it's another like drizzleism of like seeing reflections of how we've been, or are, I guess, in certain ways. Like, just because you're happy-go-lucky or you have a bubbly attitude does not mean that things don't get under your skin, that you don't have issues. And, you know, she's had, and it was more than just that. I mean, the thing with maturity and stuff, and her mentioning that she's an orphan, but even before that, having those moments of jealousy and stuff, like, I think that was really real, and I really appreciate this game for having those moments and actually centering the narrative, at least for the first episode, on the relationship, and it really anchors you as you're meeting new characters. I think it's actually a great narrative choice. Cassie? You're so cheesy sometimes. Hey! Aw, come here. How you finding the gun dog so far? So you've been on the ship a few days now, how are you finding it? Well, it's not too bad. Obviously, it's not like being stationed on a Reliant. It's a whole lot smaller and there's a lot less people. But then there's a lot less to do, so you get so much more free time. Captain Bartholomew's is pretty lots compared to Captain's Sign. But then I get the impression that this whole crew is a bunch of burnouts. Except for us! Except for us! I absolutely don't mean that about you. My character's totally a burnout. We have trauma. Let's see. I caught up with Cassandra. I don't know what else to do. With Cassandra leading the way, the two of you leave Cassandra's quarters behind you and step into crew quarters corridor 2. Cassandra pauses for a moment, looking left then right before turning back to face you with a smile on her face. Well, that's it, Blue. Consider yourself officially acquainted with all there is to be acquainted with on board the one and only JFS Gundog. Hope you enjoyed the tour. I did. It's probably up there on my top 5 ship orientations. Top 5? Okay, you're right. Top 3. What? Maybe a triple shift to start your time aboard the Gundog is more to your taste. Well, that did happen to me on board the Thunderbolt, so if that didn't happen, I guess it's definitely be my favorite orientation ever. What a coincidence! It looks like your schedule is clear until tomorrow morning. Whoa, in that case, 5 stars! Great tour, especially the guide. Aww. So now that the tour is over, your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. So if you want, we can take another look at anywhere on the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I'll keep looking around. I'll take another look around. It's best to be completely up to speed on everything there is and know about the ship before I start my duties. Roger that, Lieutenant. Let's go. But when you decide that you've got everything figured out, it's probably best to head back to your quarters. You got a big day ahead of you. Now that I don't have anything else to do, I want to see if the dialogue changed. Yeah, no. Worth a try. Ah, I see. So now that the tour is over, your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. If you want to take another look at anywhere on the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I'll call it a day. I think that's enough for now. I should probably go over the mission logs before tomorrow and get an early night. I know the captain seems pretty relaxed, but I don't want to make a habit of late starts. So responsible! I've got the late shift tonight, so maybe I'll get a nap in too. Okay, I'll see you soon then. Let's see who it is, Kelky Coward. You don't even need to look beyond Cassandra to know who's standing at the entrance of the corridor. Although you'd recognize the mocking tone anywhere, the real giveaway is a nickname. One you thought you'd escaped a long time ago. What the fuck is this? Fucking rebel without a cause? Damn, I just want to kick you in the dick so hard. Hanson Cross, or as you know him, Kylie 3. Of the members of the Kalki Squadron who'd taken part in the battle, he'd been the only one to return. Even then, that had only been after the ceasefire had been signed, a full 13 hours after he'd launched. From what you heard from the other crew members, he survived by playing a game of cat and mouse with the enemy forces in the debris field. By shutting down the majority of his systems and hiding amongst the wreckage, he'd been able to launch surprise attacks, taking down his pursuers one by one. When he came back to the Kalki and saw your armor frame still suspended with its restraints, he instantly blamed you for the squad being wiped out. If you'd taken off when you were supposed to, he argued, the squadron would have been at full strength, enough to survive the surprise attack. No amount of technical data or arguing that it had been physically impossible for you to launch would change his mind. The destruction of the Kalki squadron was on your hands. The worst bit of it was that you weren't entirely sure he was wrong. What's up, Lieutenant Blue? You're not thinking of finishing your first day without meeting an old friend, right? When Haru came and told me that some lieutenant called Blue Moon was our new security officer, I had to come and take a look. No way could it be that wimp from back on the Kalki that had been dishonorably discharged for a dereliction of duty. But I guess the JCF is so desperate that they'll hang on to anybody, no matter how much of a screw-up they are. How'd you end up here, Moon? They decided you couldn't handle a full-size ship, so they had to put you with the smallest crew they could find. You instantly make your hands in a fist, but unclench them quickly before Hanson notices. You haven't been stationed on the same ship as him since the Kalki, but you've run into him a few times on board the colonies while you were both on shore leave. Each time it ended badly. You try and stop yourself, but Hanson has always been able to push your buttons, and you can't help but snap. It's all you can do to just to not draw your electroshock weapon and take him out here and now. In the back of your mind, you know you'd be able to justify it. Back off, Kraus. Whatever issues you got with me, you can stow it. I'm not gonna take your crap because you think you're hot stuff in a two-frame ship. Big talk for someone who's never seen action. You wanna go a few? Come at me. Or are you just gonna hang back there and hide like you always do? See what I was saying, Haru? The lieutenant here is a coward and has been since day one. Won't fight, won't even stand up for themselves. Ensign Krills, you stop this right now. Lieutenant Moon is... can't stand up for yourself, so getting this ditz to do it for you. Is it, Lieutenant? Kryle, stop this right now and apologize, or I'll order Lieutenant Moon to throw you into the solitary and write you out myself. You're welcome to try, Lieutenant Commander, but I don't think your security officers got it in them to even try. You think you can take me on, Moon? All right, I'm gonna appeal to my worser nature. Staring Hanson in the eyes, you say nothing, but instead slowly move your hand down to the holster on your hip that holds your electroshock weapon. With a slow, deliberate motion, you undo the clip and lay your hand on the weapon's grip. I suggest you do as the Lieutenant Commander says, Einstein. I'm authorized to handle insubordination as I see fit, especially when it's hostile. Hanson steps past Cassie and right up to you. With his face inches from yours, he places his right fist right into his left hand and cracks his knuckles. He's so close that you can feel his breath on your face as he sneers at you. I'm surprised, Lieutenant. I didn't think you had the guts to make a threat like that. But do you think you're fast enough? Come on then, Lieutenant. What's it gonna be? You're gonna show me who's boss on board this ship? You're gonna make me obey that order? Or are you gonna let someone else, or are you gonna let everyone else down again and show Lieutenant Commander that you're just as much of a screw-up as she is? Ah! You take a deep breath and... What's the difference between standing up to him and getting what he wants? I wonder. I'm gonna stand up to him. I'd rather not give him what he wants necessarily. With Hanson's breath howling in your face, you do everything you can not to bat an eye at that last comment, but despite your best efforts, your hands are clenched in a fist. As much as you'd like to put 50,000 volts through him for insubordination and insulting a senior officer, you know that would be letting him win. Instead, you glare into the ensign's eyes for a few more seconds. You can almost feel Hanson's hatred for you radiating from him like an aura, and it sends all the bravado you can muster not to step down. The two of you stand like this for longer than you like until... Would you two knock it off already? Huh? I'm on duty this evening and I don't want to have to update the captain that both our new security officer and the lead pilot are in the sickbay. All because their egos are too big to be on the same ship together, so both of you stand down. That's an order. Both you and Hanson are taken aback for a moment, like two school children who've been caught in a playground squabble. You turn from Cassie to Hanson and back, trying to come up with something to say. Similarly, Hanson's air of machismo has been dented by this surprise outburst. No, I don't want to hear from either of you. You're both in the JSC, so maybe you should start acting like it. Ensign Kremis, I want you to report to the chief at 0400, and you're helping her clean the organic processing filters. As for you, Lieutenant Moon, we'll discuss this later. Hey, what? You can't... Ensign? Fuck off. That's an order. For the first time since you've met him, Hanson looks lost for words. He stands there for a moment, mouth agape. Yeah, Lieutenant Commander, I hear you loud and clear. Hanson thrusts both his hands into his jacket pockets, turning on his heel and heading away towards the thoroughfare. He cocks his head, gesturing to Haru, and follows him as he leaves. Before the pair are fully out of sight, he turns back to face the two of you. Good thing someone on this crew is able to keep everyone in line. Doesn't seem like our security officer is up to the task. With this parting shot fired, both Haru and Hanson disappear around the corner. You and Cassie stand there watching the space where they've been. Cassie crosses her arms as she taps her foot furiously. What an absolute dick. I told you he's a real... And you! What was that performance all about? I've told you about him. He doesn't back down. We've gotta... I know, but... You can't let him get to you like that, otherwise he'll just keep coming time after time until one of you does something they regret. You pause for a moment and feel your cheeks grow flush. You suddenly feel with a sense of shame for being called out acting so childishly. Hey, don't worry about it. I know what the two of you have been through, and to be honest, I figured he was a real asshole from the moment I met him. Plus, he's gonna be busy helping the chief clean out those filters for the next month, so don't worry too much about running into him anytime soon. Still feeling a bit sheepish about your behavior in front of Cassie, you manage to smirk. Thanks for stepping in there. I shouldn't have stooped to his level. Don't worry, just take it easy, and don't let what he said get to you. I'm gonna get ready for my shift, so I'll see you soon. Sure, I guess I'll catch you in the morning. Sounds good. Oh, one more thing. What's that? Cassie steps forward, places her hands on your waist, and stands on her tiptoes, raising her face up to yours. You close your eyes and tilt your head slightly in response. At that moment, her lips meet yours and you forget everything that just happened. All you can focus on is the softness and the delicate warmth. After a moment, Cassie slowly moves back and you open your eyes to find her gazing at you contently. You both stare the same gentle smile before she steps away. Sleep well, Blue! As Cassie walks away, you put your passcode into the panel by your door. As it slides open and you look back and you look back just in time to see Cassie spin on her heels, give you a quick wave and then turn away, heading further down the corridor. As you step into your quarters, you head over to your bunk and the door hisses shut behind you. You stand there for a moment with a smile still on your face before you let out a sigh and sit down. Staring at nothing in particular, you mull over the day's events and Cassie's words from earlier. Big day ahead tomorrow, huh? We'll see. April 23rd, Planetary Calendar 214. 4 days have passed since the JFS Gundog departed on its mission to rendezvous with the JFS O'Brien. In that time, our crew, including Lieutenant Blue Moon, have fallen into the easy rhythm of life aboard the ship. Even as the Gundog enters the outer limits of the Jovian space and is due to meet the O'Brien, there is little for the crew to do, and a general sense of routine permeates the atmosphere. Outer Jovian space, aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. It's not over yet? That would have been a perfect place in the demo. What? I'm not playing the game, but I really want to shoot that Hanson person. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It would have been so easy. You're just finishing the last of your coffee as a shrill series of electronic pipes begins sounding from your wristwatch. Without looking to check the game, you turn off the alarm and raise from the seat and knocking back the last of your drink before you stood up and taking the empty cup back to the food vendor. It's easy to lose track of the time on board a military ship where the light is kept at a constant level, so you rely on a series of alarms you program. You know that this one means that your shift is due to start in a few minutes, giving you time to finish whatever you may be doing. You place the cup back in the you place the cup back in the vendor where the machine latches onto it and retracts it into a space where it quickly sealed by a sliding panel. At the sound of the muffled whirling engines, you begin to turn to face the empty mess hall. Time to carry out the day's security checks then. Let's see. I need to stop the fire control, the hangar, and engineering to check out everything going on as it should. Oh, I guess technically I passed the tutorial and they want to give me a chance to actually do stuff. Hangar, fire control, and engineering. Alright, Hangar, let's see. Ooh, excuse me. Although you take the first few stairs normally, by the time you reach the hangar entrance, you're skipping almost every step. Gliding through the door into the catwalk, you grab the railing and heave yourself over it. As you continue to float lazily through the wide open space of the hangar, you start your visual checks. Walkways clear, access points marked, munitions stowed, all the equipment and supplies seem to be where they should be. You casually shift your way into one side of your body, causing you to begin spinning slowly. As you rotate, the glare of the hangar lights reflects off of an armored frame's camera lens, almost as if it were watching you. Quickly dismissing the thought, you turn your attention back to your duties. Eventually you arrive at the other end of the hangar, where you plant your feet on the thick steel of the main door. From this angle, you can take in everything you may have missed, including Delton, who you can see in amongst the storage units, his attention fixed intently on the collection of parts in front of him. Cadet Dalton, attention! The junior engineer suddenly snaps to attention. The second he hears your call, inadvertently launching the pair of pliers he was holding out into the open space of the hangar. Without gravity to stop them, they continue to sail through the air. At ease, Cadet. You time your launch from the door exactly to allow yourself to grab the pliers as you float over to the startled Cadet. I believe these are yours, Cadet? No, ma'am! Thank you. I didn't realize you were... Relax, Dalton. It's just me doing rounds. I'm not here to check up on you. Oh, okay. Cool, yeah. Is there anything I can help you with? Just the usual. Everything okay in here? You haven't noticed any mechanical failures? Everything working how it should? Any suspicious activity? Nothing to report, ma'am. I've just been working on my project. Ever since Lieutenant Commander Quinn assigned crews to the filter cleaning, it's given me a bit of extra time to finish things up. Oh yeah, that's your high density foam. This is your high density foam that sets rock hard, right? How's it going? Yeah, that's right. It's good. It's good. I'm hoping to get the chance to test it soon. The containers are full of the compound. I'm just about to try transferring it into some empty training rounds. You know, the ones normally filled with paint? The ones that the armor frame pilots use in practice combat to show that they've hit each other? Mm-hmm. The compound stored under pressure where it remains a liquid. When removed from that pressure, it expands quickly from the rapid expansion it sets. If I've got this right, then we can test it by firing the practice rounds at dummy targets. When the casing is destroyed, the compound should activate. Good news. Well, if there's nothing I need to know, I'll head out. Let me know if you see anything out of place. Yes, ma'am, I will. Although, I was wondering... What's up, Cadet? It's nothing, don't worry about it. If you're sure, Cadet. Dalton, what were... Yeah! Slow down, Cadet, it's me. Oh, sorry, ma'am, I didn't realize you were still here. Don't worry about it. Anyway, you had something on your mind. What were you gonna ask? Oh, it's nothing, ma'am, don't worry about me. Come on, Dalton. It's not exactly like I'm rushed off my feet doing the security rounds. What's up? Well, if you're sure. The chief sent a message that she wants me to head over to engineering to carry out a job. But I'm right at a critical part of the process to decant the compound into the training rounds. If I stop them now, I'll have to stow all my equipment and I'll be late anyway, and then I won't have any time, and then I'll be... Okay, slow down. What do you need me to do? I'm sorry, well, I just need a bit more time. Chief's got something they wanted me to do, but if I stop now, I don't know when I'll be able to get another chance. Is there any way you could cover for me? Say no more, I'll take care of it. You You will? I mean, are you sure, ma'am? Don't even worry about it. If it's something that I can help with, then I'll lend a hand. If I can't, well, I'll cover for you. Don't sweat it. Thank you, ma'am. With extra time, I should be able to set these rounds ready for testing before the next AF drills. Thank you. No problem. How about... No problem. Now get back to it. If the chief thinks you've slacked off for nothing, then you'll know about it. Thank you, ma'am. I'll get right on it. Oh, ha! I need to go to engineering anyway. Lieutenant Blue entering main engineering. You declare to the cavernous expanse of machinery and access ways to make up the engineering section. You've been instructed to announce your arrival by the chief, and since the last time you didn't, she nearly dropped a filtration unit on you to prove a point that you made sure not to forget. Access way is clear, no visible debris. Nothing seems to be malfunctioning. You stop midway through your visual checks. And no one's throwing heavy machinery off the higher levels to teach me a lesson to proper conduct. It doesn't take long for you to finish your daily checklist. The chief runs through a flight runs such a tight ship that you didn't really expect anything less. Now that you think about it though, she hasn't given you your daily grilling about how insulting it is that you think the daily checks are necessary in the first place. Chief, you here? Wow, Zorks, you're such a good girl. Welcome to the stream. Now I have to be a good girl and drink my water. Up here, Lieutenant. Wait, what the hell? What happened to the text was smaller for a second. Or maybe my brain shut off for a second, I don't know. Oh no, I'm being bullied. Stretch. Oh, sorry. I arched my back so far I heard it crack. It felt good, thank you. Thank you for looking out for me. Stupid flesh mech. Make me look bad. Thank you, Bun. Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here! That's weird. It's not like the chief to be at her assigned duty station. I'll have to tell the Damn, Lieutenant, I'm up here! Look up, you idiot! Looking up to see the chief engineer leaning dangerously across the safety rail of a walkway a few levels above you. Behind her is a mass of cabling that's pouring out of an open panel above her. Oh, Chief, good morning. Good morning yourself. I've been calling back to you this whole time. You forgot to clean out your ears or something. Sorry, Chief, it's pretty loud in here. Nothing. Oh, that's why the text was small, to show that it was hard to hear. Nice. Nothing in here is running above a safety decibel limit, and if you tell me otherwise, I'll come down there and recalibrate your ears. You quickly mentally calculate the time it would take for her to get down to where you are, and the time you would need to get out of engineering. Although you fancy your chances, you wouldn't bet money. Or your ears on it. Must be me then. Anyway, I'm just filling out the daily report, Chief. What's going on up here? One of these clowns in the colony dock who took part in the maintenance process must have been doing something stupid to the long-range communication system. For the past 12 hours, we've been picking up huge amounts of feedback. They must have made a bad connection, but I can't find it in all this shoddy wiring. Are you sure there's nothing out there that could be sending a signal? A broadcast from the O'Brien, one of our reconnaissance satellites? No chance. This feedback is way too intense. Even a standard broadcast shouldn't produce this much noise. Unless maybe they calculated the long-range systems on the shortwave bonds? In that case, the sensitivity will be off, so it would... Chief? Huh? Oh, yeah, like I was saying. There's nothing around here that should be kicking a signal with this kind of capacity. It's like it's picking up something with an amplitude and frequency 10 times higher than our standard equipment. Uh-huh. Which will be the result of a processor loop? Maybe I should check out the initial conversation driver next. Well, the conversion drivers. I don't know. Maybe we should... Okay, well, in that case, Chief, I'm gonna let the captain know, okay? Huh? I'll put that in my report for the captain, alright? Oh, yeah, sure. I was gonna let her know when I fixed it, but those dolts have done a real number on this, so it's gonna be longer than I thought. Alright, thanks for the heads up. Oh, Chief, one more thing? Are the systems with the long-range communication systems going to interfere with standard maintenance? Do I need to follow up with operations to get you some support? Depends on how badly these idiots back up in Europa foul things up. Normally something like this would have been a quick wiring fix, but I can't trace back the fault. Although maybe the problem isn't with the wiring around the receiver. They could have crossed wires in the broadcast hardware. Yes or no, Chief? No. Today's scheduled maintenance is pretty light, so Dalton should be able to take care of it. He's not scheduled to report to me until later, though. When you go to the hangar, tell him to pack up his project and get over there on the double, you hear? Actually, Chief, now that you mention it, Dalton said he was a little busy with his project at the moment and that stopping would throw the whole thing off. So I said I'd cover for some of maintenance's tasks. Oh, we did, huh? Yes, Chief. And you said you cover? Yes, Chief, that's right. As the silence between you and the Chief drags on, you begin to regret offering to do Dalton a favor. Now that you think about it, what exactly do you know about maintenance? Not only is the Chief going to give Dalton grief for passing off his workload, you're going to get it in the neck for... Well, if he says he's in an important stage of his work, I'm not gonna drag him away. Kid's been slaving over that project night and day, so that I admire his love for the craft. You let yourself relax. Thankfully, it looks like the Chief's got something of a soft side after all. I'll be able to pick things up here, but I've got one of the jobs that you can do for me. What do you need? The Chief turns away from you and squats down, rummaging around her tool pack for something. The batteries in the emergency spacesuit's radio packs in the airlock are due for replacement. Take these and switch them out for the old ones, okay? She casually tosses 2 battery packs to you, which you just about catch. Surprised by their heft. You got the charged batteries. Roger that, Chief. Once you've got the old ones, bring them back here and plug them into the old power distribution module. After that, you're free to go. Swap out the batteries in the emergency spacesuits in the airlock, and then bring them the old space ones back to recharge. Simple. Airlock, right? Yeah. Alright, let's see. The Chief said it was the batteries in the suit radios that needed charging. Firmly grabbing the locking mechanism handle on the suit's container, you twist it 90 degrees clockwise and then pull. The door offers more resistance than you'd expected, but once fully opened, it remains in place. Reaching inside the container, you hold your left hand against the suit's rigid breast panel. Breast. Sorry. Oh, such a good boy, Scripps. You deserve some scritches. Reaching inside the container, you hold your left hand against the suit's rigid breast panel and grab the large black block of plastic that protrudes from the panel's left side. With a tug, the block pulls away, trailing a curling cable that keeps it connected to the suit. As you pull it away from the suit, you flip the radio over to examine it. The bottom half of the device consists of a pistol grip with a secondary microphone and a speaker which allow it to be used separately from the suit, and your thumb rests comfortably on the push-to-talk button. The top half of the unit's underside has a backlit LCD screen showing the current frequency it's tuned into and the battery level. Below the screen sit a few ambiguous buttons. To its side, it's a dial for tuning and a power switch. Whilst this unit holds the main workings of the radio's receiver and the transceiver, the wire that still anchors it to the suit connects it to the small microphone and speaker to the helmet. Flipping the whole unit inside to look at the underside to see with the small latch set into the recesses which you pull down to with your thumb, releasing the cover and letting the old battery slide out into your palm. Old battery out. You murmur to yourself as you take it into your spare hand before sliding into the opposite pocket from the fresh batteries. You got the depleted batteries, and now to put in the new batteries. New batteries in. With the battery placed, you reattach the compartment cover, which snaps back into place. Once you set the radio into the mount, it's the suit's breast panel, then you step back. Close the suit's container door and twist the locking mechanisms 90 degrees counterclockwise. With one down, you move to the other storage unit and repeat the process of unlocking the container, taking the suit's radio, swapping out the batteries, and then replacing everything as you found it. Great, all done. Let's go back and get these charging and engineering. Wow, they actually took the time to explain in detail exactly what you did. That's wild to me. But I think that that's also, like, based on the genre, like, actually par for the course. So I guess we've never actually fully played a game like this before. Wild. Wild. I need to go back to engineering. Alright, here we go. Oh. You place each battery that you've removed from the suit's radio and place them in the charging ports on the side of the power distribution module. They slide in and lock into place with a satisfying clunk, and a red light right above the port lights up in an amber glow. Great, a job well done. Back to the hangar to talk to Dalton to let him know that I finished. As you re-enter the hangar, you pause for a moment. By the railings, you can see Dalton in the center of the area next to the wide-open container. The container itself is crammed full of interconnecting pipes, tanks, and various other bits and pieces of inscrutable technology. You watch as he adjusts some values, then takes a cylindrical object the size of a thermos from a recess in the device. As he holds it up to the light, you catch his eye and he excitedly turns to face you, immediately launching himself at you. Oh, I guess Dalton's not scared of me now? Damn. He got real Shinji Ikari vibes, I swear. Or just, you know, been abused a lot. Like he's like a he reminds me of like having a pet that like skitters away whenever a door shuts or something. Lieutenant, great timing! Look at this! Whoa, slow down there, cadet! You grab hold of him by his sleeve to stop him from sailing past you and into the wall by the entrance. Bracing yourself on the railing, you counteract his momentum and bring him down into the catwalk. Good news? Great news! Check this out! Dalton proudly presents the object he'd been inspecting earlier. Although on first glance it looks like a standard 40mm round from one of the Juno machine's guns, the plastic casing gives it away as a training round that would typically be filled with paint. This feels a lot heavier than normal though, suggesting different contents. Oh hey, good job. You did it, huh? That's right! I got the pressure right, and figured out the volume of the sealant for each round! I even managed to get the training rounds to seal properly afterwards, so there's no risk of spillage. A round like this would be able to immobilize any joint in the armored frame with ease. That's great to hear, Cadet. Well done. Thank you, ma'am. I haven't got it done so quickly. I wouldn't have gotten it done so quickly without your help. Oh, was everything okay with the chief? Did she mind? What did she ask you to do? Nothing major. Just had to swap some batteries out in the emergency spacesuits. Even a security officer like me can handle that. That's all? That's all. She genuinely seemed like she thought it'd be best for you to carry on with your project. That doesn't sound like the chief. Hey, come on. I'm sure she can be alright sometimes. I'm sure she was going light on him because... I'm sure she was going light on us because she knew what was going on was important. Or maybe she's just saving all of my jobs from today for tomorrow's shift and she'll want me to work double time. Easy there, Cadet. I don't think she's that bad. Maybe. Don't sweat it, Dalton. It will be fine. You did well today anyway. Now finish up practicing all the rounds. We'll need you testing and then getting this hangar ship shape. You know the chief likes it clear. Yes, ma'am. Alright, well, I should go and give my report. Take it easy, Cadet. Yes, ma'am. Oh, Lieutenant. Cadet? Thanks again. I don't know when I got a proper chance to do this without your help. Anytime, Cadet. Alright, now I just need to go to fire control. You still feel a little bit awkward checking on fire control as part of the security report. Although Dylan is always friendly enough, you can't help but feel like you're intruding on his personal sanctuary. It doesn't help that his headphones are so big that short of shaking him, it's hard to get his attention. Well, here we go. Morning, Lieutenant. How's it going? Oh, hey, Dylan. Everything alright? I thought you'd be listening to your music. You're a pretty punctual lady, Lieutenant. So far you've come by here at the exact time every shift. All I had to do was find which albums would last until just before you got here, and now I don't need to get interfered mid-jam. That's pretty impressive. Aren't you gonna get bored of listening to the same albums every morning though? Nah, don't worry about it. I figured out about 15 different album combinations that's not including changing the order of play, so I'm good for this mission. Speaking of the mission, you know the drill. Anything unusual? Nothing at all, Lieutenant. Not even a scrap of debris. Now, I've been keeping an eye on the long-range targeting systems too, and we've got a blip out of the energy readings to match the O'Briens, which makes sense. Yeah, I thought so. We're so deep in Jupiter's backyard that I don't think we'll be seeing anything at all aside from the O'Brien. Pausing for a moment as you idly shift your focus from one screen to another, a flicker on one screen catches your attention. What was that? Ma'am? This screen here, it just flickered. What did the readings say? Oh, that's the long-range targeting systems. It's fed with the data from the long-range communication systems which have been on the fritz recently. She's been working on it, trying to figure out where all the feedback's coming from. Huh. Chief mentioned as Chief mentioned she was having issues. I didn't know it impacted targeting. That's the kind of thing you should be filling me in on Gunner D's. If our targeting systems aren't operating properly, then I need to make sure the captain knows. My bad, ma'am. Since Chief said she was on the case, I figured it was all in hand. Well, let me know next time. That's it though? Nothing else? Nothing at all? Well, keep it up, Gunner D's. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I gotta go to the captain's quarters. Well, not the captain's quarters, to the bridge. I completed the security report for today, so I should go up and check in with the captain, and I should take another look in case I missed anything. Time to report to the captain. Alright then, no sense in delaying seeing Captain Bartholomeus. Lieutenant Blue Moon, entering the bridge. You declare, stepping from the elevator and throwing a salute. Looking around the room, you see Vanessa, who remains focused on her station, not paying you the slightest bit of attention, and Cassie, who stands from her station and comes over to you, a wild smile on her face. As you remain at attention, you notice that the captain's chair is empty. At ease, Lieutenant. Captain Bartholomeus isn't with us today, so I'm in charge of you today. A small tut comes from Vanessa. If Cassie hurt, she doesn't show it. Oh, is that right? I'll come to make my report. That's right. Dr. Rossum advised me that she's suddenly taken ill. Vanessa takes another louder tutting noise. Cassie pauses for a split second but quickly carries on. So he's ordered her to her quarters for some bed rest. We're due to enter communication range with the O'Brien any moment now, and from there it's just a matter of coordinating our patrol paths. Nothing I can't handle. Ahem. Right, the security report, Lieutenant. Oh yeah, of course. You clear your throat, feeling a bit awkward. Although you've been on the ship together for the past few days, you've mainly seen each other between shifts where rank doesn't really mean much. Cassie acting seriously doesn't really seem like Cassie at all. Security report for April 23rd, PC 214. No breaches or hazards to report, ma'am. No signs of immediate threats or security risks to the ship herself, and all aboard operations proceeding as expected with little likelihood of disruption. Nothing? Well, the Chief has run into some feedback issues on the long-range communication system, which is impacting the visuals on the long-range targeting systems. It doesn't seem to be enough to stop normal operations though, and they're in the process of isolating the problem area to start repairs. Cadet Grange had also completed the systems to load and the high-density foam he's developed into training rounds for Juno weapons. He's scheduled to produce enough rounds for tests in time for the next training exercises. Oh, that's great! Good for him! But that's about it. Business as usual. Here's my training report. You reach into your jacket pocket and take a hold of the written copy of your morning report, as well as a completed checklist from which then pass to Cassie. Once in her hands, she flicks through them casually, giving them a quick once-over. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll get these logged. Feel free to return to your standard duties. Yes, ma'am. As Cassie turns away from the documents in hand, she glances across to a display screen showing the time. Vanessa, have you heard anything from the O'Brien? We're beyond the scheduled meeting window. Are we picking them up on sensors? There's nothing on sensors, Lieutenant Commander. Not that this interference is making things easy. I'll try scanning on different frequency bands in case the O'Brien is having the same issue. Vanessa begins to flip switches and twist dials, filling the quietness of the bridge with a series of noises that pass through annoying buzz to painfully shrill screeches. After a few moments, a communication window on the main screen illuminates. A slightly distorted voice speaks. Do you read? We're on the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. I repeat, this is the Lieutenant and Brandster of JSF O'Brien. JFS Gundog, do you read? We are on the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. With Lieutenant Brancher from the O'Brien relatively clear on the communications window, Cassandra hastily grabs a microphone. Roger that, JFS O'Brien. This is Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JSF Gundog. We're picking up your signal and have arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates over. We need you. We read you. That's a sweet voice you've got there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update. Here are your files now. It's good to finally... Lieutenant Brasher? Do you read? Vanessa, are you still getting a signal from the... The comms are being overloaded. There's a powerful signal coming in on all bands and it's... Ah! Oh shit. That's why the demo didn't end. They were like, oh, you thought this was slice of life? Oh, you thought shit was easy. You thought that nothing bad was gonna happen. Fuck you, pay me. What the hell just happened? Is everyone okay? Commander Quinn? Commander Quinn? Cassie? Ah! Even before your eyes adjust to the minimal lighting of the bridge, you kneel down and reach out into the darkness, trying to find where Cassie is collapsed on the deck. You search blindly for a few seconds until your hand meets her shoulder and you move towards her. Cassie, hey! Say something, Cassie! Hang in there, Cassie! Lieutenant Lawrence, call sickbay and get the doctor here, right now! I can't! Why not? The ship's entire system has been knocked offline, even the emergency backup systems. It's all offline. We don't have time for this. Get it back online. You raise quickly to dash over to the elevator, slamming your hand into the call button. I'm gonna take Cassie down to the sickbay. You can... Aside from your voice, the whole room remains totally silent. Most conspicuously absent, though, is the whirling of the elevator that would take you directly to sickbay. You rapidly press the call button in frustration. Idiot! What part of offline don't you understand? Oh. Quinn's not going anywhere until at least the backup systems are online. But that can't be done from the bridge. What do you mean? How do we get them back online? It's an emergency failsafe. If there's a critical failure within the central computer, it can't function properly with the entire ship. Then the entire ship will shut down. Then enters a lockdown mode until it can be rebooted. All systems are sealed in case the shutdown is a result of enemy action. The main computer engineering needs to be physically rebooted to restore any sort of access. Of course, since it is a security system, it's a security system, so you should know all this. You grit your teeth to stop yourself from snapping back at Vanessa. In the heat of the moment, all thoughts of processing and procedure have left you completely. All you've been thinking about is getting Cassie to sickbay, placing your hand in your head. You pinch the bridge of your nose and try to focus. That's right. But isn't the order to reboot the central computer given the bridge in this situation? Why do you say we can't? 2 reasons. First of all, this lockdown shouldn't affect backup systems. But for some reason, everything seems like it's offline, which means there's no internal communication systems right now. Secondly, even if we did have the internal communication system, access to the central computer requires input codes which are known only by the captain. Or, in the event the captain is incapacitated, the second in command. Vanessa turns to look at Cassandra, who shifts slightly. As she continues to talk, you head back to Cassie, kneeling beside her and placing your hand in a recovery position. Feeling the cold steel of the floor as you turn Cassie over, and you take off your uniform jacket and lay it over her. Which currently would be Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Meaning that right now, both the people who know the necessary information to get the ship back up and running are out of action. There's gotta be some way around all this. Weren't you listening? This isn't even supposed to happen. He should have at least had the backup systems we should have at least had the backup systems in place. Without them, there's nothing we can do except sit around and wait for the air to run out. What about the O'Brien? Can you contact them for support? Everything is offline. Which part of this are you not getting? As you kneel over Cassie, your mind races through what Vanessa just told you. You know that she's right and that all of the ship's emergency action plans revolve around the backup systems being operational. Without them online, there's nothing you can do within the ship. Your mind catches on that point for a moment, and you can't help but wonder whether whoever wrote that plan was optimistic enough that they couldn't see a situation where the backups failed, or whether they were so pessimistic they felt if those systems were out of commission that there was no real hope for the crew either. Pushing that through out of your head, you desperately try to figure out a way to get Cassie to the sickbay. There's got to be something you know about the ship that would help. And all your time you spent working as a security officer, there's got to be something that you would have picked up that would... Crawling around the air vents! That's it! In the crew's quarters, the panels by the bunks can be removed and replaced. Some use the space in the structure to hide contraband. What are you talking about? The ship maintenance crawl spaces are accessed in the same way. If I'm right... You head back over to the elevators, but this time, instead of trying to call them, you begin to run your hands over the seams in the wall panels on either side. Eventually, you notice a gap a few inches in length. Normal maintenance would have a special tool to access this, but you can do the same thing with... I know I've got it here somewhere on me. Where is it? Taking your ID card out of your pocket, you slide into the gap of the seam until it meets some resistance, and when it's about halfway in, you slide it up and down a few times until you feel it stick on something, at which point you push harder. Suddenly, you hear the sound of multiple catches disengaging, and the panel falls towards you. Taking the wall panel in both hands, you place it to the side where it used to be attached. Now, instead of a solid wall, you can just about make out an absence large enough for someone to fit through, with a series of rungs heading downwards into a darkness which opens up once they pass by the elevator currently sits. Gosh, it's like that one episode of Evangelion where the power goes out and they have to get the Evas ready without any electricity. How did you know how to do that? This is one of the first tricks that you learn as a security officer. Ship crews get very creative with where they stash things. With these panels, it makes sense that the maintenance crawl spaces are accessed in a similar way. Well, great. Now you can crawl around the walls in the dark. Very helpful. You grit your teeth and breathe. You haven't talked to Vanessa much since you first met, but you were now beginning to understand why she's always ate alone in the mess hall. If I can get in up here, it means that I can get out down to the central hub. From there, I can see if I can get to the emergency input codes from the captain and make contact with the chief in engineering. Do you really think that we can solve this by clambering around inside the walls? Even if you can make it to the central hub, the rest of the ship will... Lieutenant Lord, would you... Please keep your opinions to yourself. Thank you, Lieutenant Lord. You snap back, barely suppressing your anger at her constant pessimism. But right now, I don't see many other options, except for this one, and for all we know, we're the only people in the entire ship who might be able to do something. I'm not about to sit here and let everyone down. Not this time. So I'm gonna leave you here to look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn, unless you have anything you want to try that you think might help. Vanessa stares at you for a moment as if weighing up what the best put down for the current situation is. Instead, she heads back to her station and starts flicking switches and pressing buttons on her control panel. Alright, you do that. I'll try to get the internal communication systems working. Since the backup should work in a situation like this, maybe there's a way to get them back online. Get moving! Are you gonna stand around and gawk while I get everything done myself? You inadvertently sigh loudly as you turn around and reach into the crawl space, grabbing a rung and then placing your foot into the lower down. Hopefully I can get things back online with the chief and the captain's help. Just look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn until then, alright? Vanessa turns away from you, continuing to adjust the inputs of the communication system. Yeah, sure. With that, you lower yourself into the darkness, taking it one rung at a time. Once you're past the stationary elevator, you can feel the space you're in open up around you. Carrying on downwards, you reach behind you every so often so you can see if you can feel the catch systems that would keep an access panel attached. After a few attempts to find it, your fingers eventually brush over a catch, and with some what's that word? Coercion. And with some coercion, you manage to get it to release, causing the whole panel to fall off the wall behind you and clatter to the floor off the central hub. As you step out of the crawl space, a loud banging starts from nearby. You immediately reorient yourself to face the room, placing your hand on the electric shock weapon just in case. As you scan the room in the dim lighting, the banging continues as you realize it's not coming from anywhere in the central hub, but one of the elevators. With your hand still hovering over your weapon, you slowly move towards the noise, trying to make a little sound as possible. Yourself hoping that whatever is making it doesn't know you're there. Despite the darkness, you can see the elevator doors are open slightly with an inch, so the gap between the doors, as you angle yourself to try and see what's inside, the question is answered. Hey! Who's there? Whoever you are, help me get these stupid doors open! Whole thing's jammed. You pause for a moment. You haven't seen Hanson since the other day outside your quarters. I know you're out there, I heard you! Get over here and help me out with these doors! Hey! What are you waiting for? As Hanson continues to call out, you size up the situation. With the darkness of the room, you can easily come and go without him being able to tell that it's you. On top of that, it's unlikely that he'll be able to force open the elevator doors on his own. Hey, come on! This isn't funny! Who's out there? Stop jerking me around! It's petty, but part of you almost relishes the idea of Hanson seeing how it feels to be trapped and unable to do anything. Haru, if you're messing with me, I'll kick your ass! Still, he's a member of the crew, and as a security officer, it's your role to keep them all safe, regardless of how much of a dick they might be. You take a deep breath and help him open the fucking doors. Hold it for a second before releasing one long, constant sigh. Hey, I heard you! I know you're there! Get me out! Alright, Ensign. I'll take the door to the right, you take the door to the left, and on a count of 3 we pull. Great, everyone on board, and it's the Kalki coward. Figured you stop by here. Find a nice little crawl space to crawl up and hide in. Hanging me out here so you can trade places so we can ride it out until the action's over. You immediately begin to regret this decision. Cruz, do you want to get out of there or not? Whatever. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3! The two of you both heave against the elevator's doors, which shift slightly. Not enough for Hanson to get out. Okay, again. 1, 2, 3! This time the doors yield a little more in your efforts. After they open a few more inches, you step back to catch your breath and watch as Hanson sticks his arm through the gap but struggles to get any further than that. Once more and we should have you out of there. Shame your girlfriend isn't here. At least she's got a backbone that she could be putting into this. You freeze for a moment as all of your muscles stiffen reflexively as a wave of anger flows through you. Excuse me, Ensign? You heard me. She's the one of you two with the she's the only one of you two with stones. If she hadn't been there to save you the other day, you'd have what? Think about your answer, Ensign. Give me the wrong answer, and you can try and squeeze through that thick skull of yours through that gap without any more of my help. Forget it. That's what I thought. Now get ready. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3. It takes the two of you a few attempts, but finally you manage to push the doors open to the point where Hanson can make his way through the gap between the two of them. Through the elevator, Hanson dusts himself down and looks for another while adjusting his jacket. So, what the hell's going on? What happened to the ship? Why has everything stopped working? There should be backups or something, right? You pause for a moment. Despite having been on the bridge when everything went wrong, you probably have as much of an idea as Hanson would. Honestly, we've got no idea. I was on the bridge when it all happened. We made contact with O'Brien. There was this flash. Then Commander Quinn got knocked out. All the systems were offline, even the backups. I managed to get off the bridge using the maintenance crawlway. Now we're trying to figure out a way to reboot the computer to get everything back online. Just great. I knew this ship was a piece of junk the moment I stepped aboard. You say you guys had a plan to get things up and running? Yeah? Yeah, kinda. Great. We can handle that. I'm gonna go check on the crew. Have you seen Haru? No, I haven't run into them. Okay then. I'll try their quarters. With that, Hanson heads into the darkness, towards the four-side thoroughfare. He stops briefly, turning to face you. Lieutenant? Thanks, or whatever. With that, the pilot quickly turns on his heels and disappears into the darkness. Don't mention it. The aviators are clearly out of action. I'll still have to get things back up and running before I can get Cassie a sickbay. The power's off, there's no getting inside it, and it doesn't seem like anyone's in there anyway. Right now, I couldn't get there even if I wanted to. With the power off, there's no getting inside it. Vanessa's quarters. Hopefully she can figure something out of the bridge if I can't get those codes. Cassie's quarters. The chief's quarters, no way she's in there right now. She's probably engineering, figuring out 20 different ways to get the ship back online. Dr. Rossium's quarters. I bet he's completely unfazed by all this. Where are the captain's quarters? Sitting in front of the door to Captain Bartholomew's quarters, you instinctively straighten up, sticking your chest out and your shoulders back. You know that your access card doesn't have the encoded permissions to allow you to access the captain's quarters. Even if it did, the terminal to the side of the door is as lifeless as the rest of the ship. Instead, you bang forcefully on the captain's door and shout, "Captain Bartholomew's! It's Lieutenant Moon! There's been a system failure and Commander Quinn is incapacitated. We need you to give the emergency input codes to restart the ship's central computer." After waiting a few moments, you press your ear up against the door, seeing if you can hear any signs of life. From experience, you know that the crew quarter doors aren't as substantial as some of the other doors on the ship. It's not common to know the exact schedules of other crew members based on sound alone. "Captain, it's an emergency!" You waited a little while longer, but still don't hear anything. Damn it. Slamming your fist on the captain's door in frustration, you turn back. You have to figure something else out. As you leave the central hub and enter the long corridor that comprises the aft thoroughfare, the first thing that you notice is the sound of your steps on the metal floors ringing out and echoing away from the corridor. Normally, the vibrations from the engines would dull this noise, and will be barely perceptible over their low and steady rumble. You got to the point where you didn't even notice the constant noise down from this end of the ship, but now that the corridor is silent, its absence hits you. At the end of the aft thoroughfare, where the corridor would normally transition from the corridor into the engineering department, instead you're met with a substantial blast door with the words engineering standardized over it. You run your hand over the surface before rapping on it with your knuckles. Rather than the low ring which would indicate it being relatively thin, this door returns a higher pitched noise, indicating that it's significantly thicker than normal. Unlike the rest of the doors in this ship, which are designed as entrances and exits, you can tell that this one exits more to block one section off from the other. You instinctively dismiss any thoughts of forcing it open. It's likely that even the contents of the armory couldn't shift it. After a minute or two of fruitlessly inspecting it, you shrug to yourself. The only thing you can do right now is hope that the chief is nearby. Hey, chief! You pound on the doors all with your fists, hoping that the sound makes its way through. Chief, can you hear me? You continue to pound the door and yell, stopping every so often to hear if there's any kind of response. Chief, I'm out here, hey! After a few moments worth of attempting to make contact, you stop and flex the fingers on your right hand, cracking your knuckles to try to dismiss the comfort. Given the size of the engineering department, you begin to think about how close the chief would need to be to even hear you, and the odds of that happening. Before you can resume your attempts through though, you hear a dull, repetitive thudding against the other side. Chief, can you hear me? I'm out here! You call, pressing your ear up to the blast door to see if you can hear an answer. Instead, you just hear the same dull, repetitive thudding. At first it seems random and erratic, but the longer you listen, you begin to realize there's a pattern. Oh, Morse code? That's great, but what does it mean? In defeat, you slam your fist against the door one more time. Chief, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll try and find a way to get in there with you. At least I know someone's in there. There's gotta be some way I can get in touch with them. Send them a signal. Maybe there's something I haven't thought of yet? An emergency communication system? Something that's not tied to the ship? Think. Can I go to engineering, maybe? Sorry, not engineering, where the cadet is. The hangar. The double-sized doors that make up the entrance to the hangar remain steadfastly closed, despite your best efforts. Although the terminal to their side is dead, just like all the others, they'd attempt to open the double doors you'd attempted to open the double doors through brute force, since the hangar seemed like your best bet to access some helpful equipment. They had, however, remained inert against your efforts, and prying them open using your own strength, unsurprisingly, but frustrating. Even if I managed to get these doors open, there'd be another set waiting for me at the bottom of the staircase. And that would be way harder in low gravity. You pause for a moment thinking, but can't think of any way around it. Let's try somewhere else. I guess my quarters are the one place in this entire ship I can guarantee that there's nothing helpful for the situation I'm in. I can enjoy a well-earned rest later. Sick bay? Right, I need the elevators for the sick bay. Airlock? As you enter, the airlock hatch door looms open in the darkness. A shiver runs through you and you rub your forearms. It wasn't something you noticed until now, but as you feel the goosebumps that cover your skin, you realize that the ship's temperature has now dropped noticeably. I've gotta find a way to get things up and running again. I'll leave that where it is. I don't plan on going for a spacewalk anytime soon. Emergency spacesuits for when the event of ship depressurization. Failure with the life support systems, or if the crew have to abandon ship. Hopefully, I can get this solved without needing an extra air supply. Wait, I've just changed the batteries on these to make sure the radios will work in an emergency. I wonder if any of the other radios on board will pick up the signal. Fuck yeah! Ha! I bet that's what the chief was trying to tell me. Of course she'd come up with a plan like this before anyone else. Now, let's see if I can reach her. You grab the handle of the suit's container and twist. The metal in your hand is noticeably colder to the touch when it was the last time you were here. Once the lock is undone, you open the door and, bracing the suit with your left hand, grab the radio with your right. Oh my god, what would have happened if I hadn't did that? Oh gosh, that's scary. As you disconnect the radio unit from the breast panel, the spiraling plastic cord that connects it to the suit comes with it. Oh gosh, hold on a second. I have this food in front of me that I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna eat it as soon as I'm done with stream. And this demo is going on way longer than I thought. I don't know if this saves, so I really want to finish. Thank you. This game is really fun. It kind of reminds me of reading those Choose Your Own Adventure Goosebumps novels. You quickly ascend the telescoping antenna and flick the power switch, which causes a sound of whirling static to fill the previously silent room. You slowly rotate the tuning dial. Tuna dial, tuna dial, tuna dial. Oh, so far I'm pretty gripped by the story. Mood, yeah. They did a really good job, like, establishing characters and stakes, and, like, the writing here is amazing. It's like a point-and-click adventure, but green. There were some green point-and-click adventures. The choice to make it green, I think, is a specific artistic choice to, like, replicate some old system. I just don't know what. There was a lot of different, like, PC-type games, but I doubt it would have been on, like, a PC 98. They definitely would have had colors other than green. I mean, my brain immediately goes to Game Boy, but I don't think that's what they're trying to emulate. You slowly rotate the turning dial, working your way through the frequencies until a familiar voice comes out with a tiny speaker. Oh, it's a little cute mock-up of the chief. An emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathius on the JFS Gundog to... An emergency broadcast to the Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathius on the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew members or any JFS ships nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete systems failure and assistance is needed to get them back online. I repeat, this is an emergency broadcast from the Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathius of the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew members or any JCF ships nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete systems failure and assistance is needed to get them back online. Chief, this is Lieutenant Moon reading you loud and clear. I managed to get an emergency radio from one of the suits in the airlock. I'm able to get around the thoroughfares and to the bridge, but I can't get anywhere else. It took you long enough. What the hell has everyone been doing this whole time? You're just about to push a button to send your response, but the chief cuts in. Anyway, you're in touch now. That's what counts. You said you gotta get to the bridge? You said you could get to the bridge? Is that right? That's right. Then get back up there and get the captain to give me the input codes to access the main computer so I can get the ship running again. Slight complication. Chief, the captain's taken sick. She's not in the bridge. Classic Bartholomew's. Then get back up there and get Lieutenant Commander Quinn to give me the input codes. She's out of commission too. She collapsed at the same time the ship's power went out. You release your thumb, allowing the chief to broadcast, but where you expected a swiftly delivered alternative, instead all you get is radio static. Chief? Nothing's ever easy, huh? God, Lieutenant. Who's currently on the bridge then? That'd be Lieutenant Lord. Well, she's the commanding officer on board right now, I guess. She's gonna wanna... You're gonna wanna get up there. I've got an idea, but it's not something I can authorize. Your grip on the radio tightens as a sense of apprehension grows within you. You don't know what the chief has in mind, but if it requires the authority of the ship's senior officer, you know it's gotta be something dangerous. Realizing that you've been holding your breath since the chief's last response, you breathe out and push the button up to the radio side to send your message. Copy that, Chief. Heading there now. Radio on hand, you quickly make your way back from the airlock into the central hub and then head straight for the maintenance crawlway. It only takes you a moment of groping around in the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're up on your way back to the bridge. With no more time to waste, you quickly head back to the crawlway. It only takes you a moment of groping around in the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're on your way back to the bridge. As you climb, each rung that you grip is cold to the touch, and the air that you breathe has a brisk chill to it. You know what this means. But for the time being, decide to push that thought out of your head. You've got other things to focus on. The climb up seems a lot shorter than your original climb down, and you soon emerge back to the bridge. Vanessa swivels in her chair and paces over to you. So, did you get in touch with anyone? Kind of. You bring the radio up to your face so that the microphone is level with your mouth, and you press the push to talk button with your thumb. Chief, I'm back in the bridge with Lieutenant Lord. Releasing the button, you walk past Vanessa, handing the radio over to her before heading towards Cassie. Vanessa looks from you to the radio with mild bewilderment before the chief's voice sounds from the speaker. Lieutenant Lord, this is Chief Engineer Cathius. Do you read? As you kneel down by Cassie to check her pulse and the temperature, as well as doing your best to tuck your jacket around her, the way the chief addresses Vanessa catches your attention. You hadn't heard the chief being that deferential towards anyone, even the captain. I hear you, Chief Cathius. Captain Bartholomew's and Commander Quinn are both incapacitated, so I'm in command of the Gundog until such a time as they can return to duty. Understood? You frown slightly, hearing Vanessa assert her position over the chief like that. Although she's the ranking officer in this situation, you've not heard anyone on board pull rank in that way, especially on the chief, who who, under the impression, enjoyed the respect of everyone on board, including Hanson and Haru. Yes, ma'am. Good. Now have you got a plan? Have you got a plan, Chief Cathius? Or has the Lieutenant Moon brought me this radio so you can have a chat about how nothing's working on your end either? As you stand to turn to face Vanessa, you catch the last few moments of a distasteful look she had been making at you while your back was turned, and you do your best to bite your tongue. Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Moon has explained to me that both the captain and Commander Quinn are out of commission. So, I'm aware neither of them will be able to give the input codes required to reactivate the central computer. We know that, Cathies. What's your solution? The only hope we've got right now is that the captain has copies of the documents that contain the captain's codes in her quarters. If someone can get in there, then we can get the codes and tell them to me. Let me reactivate the ship's systems. If it'd been able to get into the captain's quarters, you'd have done that already. The whole ship's in lockdown and there's no way to get in there. You notice the slightest pause before the chief response. You could be projecting, but you get the impression that she's just as fed up as you are. Not quite, ma'am. Although all the terminals and most of the hardware on the ship is dependent on the central computer, we've got a tool that will use something that needs to be disconnected from the system. Oh, the ships, the CVs, the fucking mechs. It's the fucking mechs. It's gonna be the mechs. Well, maybe I'm wrong. We use it for maintenance or debugging. The PSTs are portable sub-terminal. Okay, I was wrong. It's effectively a standalone power pack with a micro-computer built in that provides enough power to activate the hardware attached to a terminal. It'll let you get into the captain's quarters, and then from there we can get the codes to start the computer back up. So where is this PSI? Or PST? It's in the hangar. Well, thanks for the posture. God, my neck and my back. Ow. We can't get in the hangar either! I know you're stuck in engineering, Cathies, but the story's the same in the entire ship. Another silence follows, longer this time. That's true if you're trying to get to the hangar from inside the ship, ma'am. But the Gundong has two entrances that can be activated entirely manually. The main onboard airlock and the hangar crew airlock. If someone left the ship via the onboarding airlock, then they could make their way to the crew airlock for the hangar and re-enter there. Then they could get into the PST and make their way through the ship as normal. I see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Engineer Cathius, but aren't yourself and Cadet Grange the only crew on board qualified for extravehicular activity in space? And you're currently stuck in engineering while we can't get in contact with Cadet Grange to bring us the PST? Yes, ma'am. Begin to feel a knot in your gut and instinctively curse at Dalton for not having picked up enough of the Chief's know-how to have found an emergency radio of his own. And policy dictates that all ever needs to be commanded by an operations officer? The knot in your stomach tightens as you take a deep breath in. Vanessa's eyes are now locked on you. Yes, ma'am. The slightest hint of a smile forms on Vanessa's face. Well, Lieutenant, it looks like you're going for a walk. You've seen this coming as soon as the Chief had begun outlining the plan, but you've been hoping that there'd been some extra part that she hadn't revealed yet. Something that will allow you to stay on board. Faced with Vanessa's directness, the knot in your stomach tightens further. A sense of nausea rises from your gut. I mean, I'm not gonna let my girlfriend die, nor am I gonna let everyone on board suffocate, so... No, I don't want to do it. No, I don't wanna. But I must. Fine. Some people took well to spacewalks. Some even enjoyed them so much they'd take on careers in colony construction and repair, where they'd spend more time in the vacuum of space than they did inside the colony or ships. I'm not one of those people. You'd only ever left the confines of a ship or colony a few times in your life, and almost all of them had been evacuation drills that you've been through in school or during civilian theory courses. On every occasion that you could remember, you'd reacted badly, but managed to keep it to yourself. Something about being out in the void, an attachment clip or handrail away from drifting off into the endless nothingness of space had always filled you with dread. The knowledge that you were a slip away from disappearing forever, irretrievable and helpless. But despite all that, you knew full well from Vanessa's discussion with the chief that there was not going to be any way around doing this. Right now, you were the ship's and Cassandra's only hope. As much as I hate the thought of it, I push back the fear that had been rising inside of me. Fine, I'll do it. The chief can walk me through everything that I need to know on my way over to the airlock. The dashing security officer diving headfirst into danger. Isn't she great, Lieutenant Commander Quinn? So selfless. Vanessa rolls her eyes, covering her mouth with the back of her hand and putting on a mocking tone. Oh, my hero! So brave going into space to save us! Only you can... You snatch the radio off Vanessa and turn your way to her, heading towards the maintenance crawl away. At this point, you've had just about all you can stand of her. So the sooner the situation is resolved, you decide, the sooner you can go back to avoiding her. Oh, quit making a big deal out of this with all your huffing and puffing, Lieutenant Moon. From what I've heard, hanging out in space is something of a pastime of yours. That bitch! I hate how everyone victim blames me based on the trauma that I have that I had no control over. Fucking Christ. With that comment, I feel like my heart's dropped out of my chest. I quickly spin around and face Vanessa. Lieutenant? Reining in the flash of anger you just felt, you slightly shake your head as you turn back around and grab a hold of the first rung of the crawlway's ladder. Chief, I'm on my way to the airlock now. Walk me through what I need to know. Wait! With one hand still on the ladder rung, you pause and turn around. Yes, Lieutenant Lord. I just about managed to ask through gritted teeth. Don't you think you're forgetting something? Doing my best to suppress the urge to scream that I can feel building inside my chest, I pause for a moment and stare at Lieutenant Lord, trying to puzzle out what kind of mind game she's playing. Lieutenant Lord, if there's... Before you finish, Vanessa rolls her eyes and turns on her heels, walking back over to Cassandra and squatting down. You almost yell at her when Vanessa lays her head on Cassandra's hip, but you stop when you see her withdraw a keycard from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. The central power can only be accessed by the captain or members of operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card, which you grab out of the air. Got Cassandra's keycard. You turn the card over in your hand a few times before pocketing it. But the chief said that the PST uses battery power to open. I can see what you and her see in each other. As if hooking a battery up to a door would get you around the ship's security systems, you're still going to have the right authority levels to get through. Honestly. At this point, your jaw is clenched so hard it feels like your teeth may crack at any second. But with the cold chill of the ladder rung reminding you just how dire the situation is getting, you turn back around. Thank you, Lieutenant. You just about manage. Still there, Chief? I'm heading down to the airlock now. Have you got the radio coming through the helmet speakers, Lieutenant? The Chief's voice fills your helmet. The sound quality somewhat worse than the speaker on the main radio unit itself. Loud and clear, Chief. You respond, securing the radio on the suit's breast panel. You got the emergency suit sealed? Yeah, currently bringing in the suit's oxygen supply. What now? You see the access panel next to the internal airlock hatch? The spacesuit's helmet is attached to the rest of the suit in a fixed position, so although you turn your head to check, all you can see is the helmet's interior. You turn your whole body in an exaggerated motion to look for the emergency access panel and spot it on the other side of the hatch. I see it, Chief. I'm heading over now. Alright, you'll need to remove the panel in the same way you did with the one on the bridge. Once you got it off, you'll see a large handle. Cranking that lever operates the manual override that will open the hatch to the airlock. Understood. Although you've had to learn to operate the airlock manually in basic training, you didn't feel that now was the time to dismiss the Chief and act like a know-it-all. She was likely getting her fill of that from Lieutenant Lord. You kneel down by the panel and attempt to find the gap between its ledge and the surrounding wall. This is made a lot harder by the thick material of your suit. After a few attempts to find it in the tips of your gloves, you catch the recesses and work your digits in until you feel a catch that you can squeeze. The panel falls away from the wall and you take a bit of it, placing it on the side. Underneath it is a long handle marked emergency use only. Alright, that's the access panel on the way. I see the handle. Good. Now you're gonna want to turn it until anti-clockwise and keep going until the hatch is open. Understood. Placing my left hand at the bottom of the handle and putting the right at the top, I apply as much force as I can to push it clockwise. The initial heave barely moves it, despite the effort. Come on. I grip my hands again and place my entire body weight behind the effort to shift it. This time it moves more noticeably, but when I look at the airlock hatch, it doesn't appear to have opened at all. With another grin, I push the lever with the full 90 degrees, allowing it to return to its neutral position. Although it still resists me, I'm still able to feel the ratchet mechanism begin to move. Nothing's... You feel the handle 90 degrees, you push the handle 90 degrees again, letting it reset. Adjusting the grip and push the handle again. Easy! You complain through gritted teeth as you feel the mechanism slowly but surely moving a little bit each time. As you carry on this process of straining it against the mechanism, you complete crank after crank. You can hear the mechanism of the airlock groan and strain with each turn. Eventually something gives and the mechanisms in the airlock uncouple, releasing their locks and the whole thing slides open. You can feel the sweat on your brow and curse that you put on the suit beforehand, preventing you from wiping it off. Okay, Chief. I'm heading to the airlock chamber. What's next? You'll see a similar panel on the outside end of the hatch inside the chamber. Same deal, but in reverse. Makes sense, okay. Once inside the airlock chamber, spot an identical access panel and quickly get to work. Unfortunately, it's just as hard to close the catch as it was to open it. Interior hatch is closed. Now what? I try to keep my breathing under control as the inside of my helmet begins to heat up, reminding me of another reason I've never been too fond of them. What you're gonna need to do next will be to vent the air in the chamber and then open the exterior hatch. To start with, the Chief walks you step by step through the process required. Although you remember most of this from training, you're thankful for the help as a few parts had slipped your mind. You carry on following the Chief's orders until, with one final monumental heave, You get the external hatch open. You step away from the lever and head over to the opening. Seeing the stars in front of you, rather than through a terminal or view screen, fills you with the familiar dread you felt on the bridge. Alright, Chief, I'm heading out. Pressing firmly on the switch on the suit's breast panel, you hear a momentary high-pitched whine as the soles of the boots are drawn towards the airlock door. With the electromagnets now active, each step is an effort. Well, at least you know you won't be hurling into space. You place one foot right to the edge of the airlock hatch and stare out into the emptiness, seeing nothing but stars, with light years of gulf between them and you. With your next step, you head out into the nothingness, pivoting to the axis on your foot at the edge of the airlock. The step that you took into space brings your foot back down to the Gundog's exterior hull. Even though the ship had fallen silent since its power had been knocked offline, that hadn't been true silence. There'd been an echo of your footsteps, the almost inaudible sounds of things other crew members were doing in the far-off reaches of the ship. Out here, all you could hear was your own breathing and the whine of the magnets. You take a moment to orient yourself and turn 90 degrees to your right, angling yourself towards the front of the ship. With a little difficulty, you bring one foot up and away from the hull and place it back down in front of you. Slowly but steadily, you make your way towards the hangar airlock. Still with us, Lieutenant Moon? Haven't gone hurling off into space or anything? You roll your eyes as you plod forwards. Still here, Lieutenant Lord. Good, good. What's your ETA in the hangar airlock? You quickly do some rough maths around what you know about the Gundog's dimensions. Airlock's around the midpoint of the ship, 250 meters long, about 5 minutes, Lieutenant. This isn't a Sunday afternoon stroll at the replica gardens, Moon. Pick up the pace! You allow yourself the opportunity to curse openly at Vanessa before hitting the push to talk again. Fuck! Yes, ma'am. You carry on the laborious march of the hangar's crew airlock, slowly heaving one foot at a time away from you, the ship's hull before placing it back down in front of you. There are a few awkward areas where the ship's hull raises or falls when you have to navigate your way across them. The loss of a constant bearing begins to disorient you, but you march forward, ensuring that you're heading consistently in a straight line, regardless of orientation. Eventually, you see the distinct markings that indicate an airlock hatch in the distance. Although it's marked in the same way as the one you emerged from, this one is much, much smaller. A little bigger than the typical doorway and size of the Gundog. You enjoy a momentary celebration, then pick up the pace. Alright, Treef, I'm at the hangar crew airlock. Okay, if you look at the right of the door, you should see the access panel with a lever underneath, just like the others. Okay, let's see. Hey, Issy. Hope you're doing good. Oh, also for folks wondering about the potential plot hole of why Vanessa could talk to me even though I have a radio, there were 2 radios, so obviously Vanessa has one. But I don't think it was necessary for the game to explain that, especially because what would have naturally had to happen was either I would have had to, when I first got one of the walkie-talkies, I would have had to grab 2, and that wasn't mentioned, or I would have had to go back down, go to the airlock, get it, and then go back up and give it to her. Both of which would have been laboriously... Well, actually, the second one would have been a labor to explain. The first one probably would have been okay, but like thinking about, oh, I need to make sure Vanessa has a walkie-talkie at the time that we were grabbing it wouldn't have necessarily made sense. So it's not a plot hole, but it isn't explicitly explained. I'm doing better now. I had a hard thing and used my big girl bank again with a different friend. Big girl bark again with different friend. Gave me some comfort and was understanding. Took a walk to help rest the stress from PTSD. Oh, I'm glad it helped. Sorry you had to deal with that. PTSD flare-ups are nothing nice. At least you didn't have to do a stressful walk through space, right? Okay, let's see. Due to the orientation from standing on the ship's hull, the airlock's entryway is laid out at your feet. You shift yourself to be able to look at the right and look to the right and see the panel, which you head over to and squat down in front of, running your fingers across its edges to find the now familiar recess. With a practiced movement, you undo the clip. Unlike the panels inside the ship, they freely come away, and this swings on a hinge, revealing the lever underneath. Hopefully, this should be easier on a smaller hatch. You mutter yourself, reaching for the lever. Was it 0221, I believe? Chief? Well, what is it? It's the lever. It's, you run your hand a few more times over the lever, which is visible, but inlaid with the hull, perfectly level with your surroundings, whereas you've been able to remove the panel cover by finding the recesses when there's nothing like that here, making grasping the lever impossible. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure I have to put in a code and then it'll spring out. I can't get any purchase on it. It's completely flush with the hull. There's no way to grip it. Chief? Lieutenant Lord, do you know what the current security code is? Of course I don't. They're like the emergency input codes. Only the captain and the second in command knows them. Why? Chief Engineer Cathius, I asked you a question. There's a moment of radio static, but you can hear the chief's sigh through the crackle and distortion. In order to gain entry to the airlock from outside, you need to input the ship's security code into the number pad. It's an analog locking system, but you still need that code. God damn it! God damn it, 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 god damn it! You miserable excuse for it, Captain. God damn you, Quinn. You absolute airheaded bit. Hey, watch yourself, Lord. Oh, shut up, Moon. Because of your stupid bimbo girlfriend deciding now's a great time to take a nap, I'm stuck on a dead ship running out of air. Trying to herd you knuckle brains around stupid pointless errands. Stow it! I'm not a big fan of this either, but right now, we're the best hope of the ship's got. So if you could put a lid on that gigantic bitch of yours for 5 minutes and help us figure this out, we can... How dare you? I said stow it. 5 minutes, Lieutenant Lord. Then once I'm on board, I can handle the rest of it myself. Then you can go back to pretending you're the most important crew member. This is insubordination. I'll have... Alright, you two, that's enough. Both you and Vanessa snap into silence with the chief's interjection. Before either of you can start up again, she carries on a commanding tone. Lieutenant Lord, do you know how long the security code is? Do you know the punishment for addressing a senior officer like that? No, ma'am, I do not. But if it gets Lieutenant Moon on board any sooner, I'll say it's worth it. Do you know how long it is? It's 4 digits. Thank you. Now, do you have any idea? Of course, I don't have any idea. It's Quinn's responsibility to generate and set those codes, of course. Oh, by the way, if you ever want access to my quarters, by the way, the lock to the code of our anniversary, it's pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. I think I might know it. What? I said I think I might know it. It's... You rack your brain trying to remember the date where you and Cassie first visited the Europa amusement park. It was... fucking dyslexia. I have the numbers in my brain, but I don't remember the order. I think it's 0122. You quickly punch in some digits and hit the enter key, and then look across the handle, which remains set into the access of the hall. That wasn't right. Item? You return your attention to the number pad and prepare to try one more time. Damn, I really shouldn't have wrote it down, huh? I really should have wrote it down. I didn't think I would have to. I legit didn't think I would have to. With a bit more thought, you type in 4 digits, hoping but still unsure that you've got the right date this time. You press the enter key with a sense of trepidation. You wait a few seconds watching the lever for any sign of movement, but after it fails to budge, you groan in frustration. Oh, come on! Problem, Lieutenant. I thought I knew what the code would be, but I don't know whether I'm getting it wrong or whether it's something else. You pause briefly. Could it be that you're just being optimistic that the security code would be your anniversary with Cassie? Or are you getting the date wrong? And how would you know what it is, Lieutenant? These security codes are high-level sensitive information. You don't want to tell Vanessa the reason behind your hunch, so instead you scramble for a lie. I think it might be the passcodes for Lieutenant Commander Quinn's quarters. As if, Lieutenant. There's no way that even Quinn here would be so unprofessional as to use her personal passcode as security code for the ship. Get real. Well, that's the best I got. Besides, I've heard you two coming and going at all hours. How could you possibly have forgotten that code if that's what it was? Damn, she's really coming at me. Damn, I hate her. Thanks, Thorn. Been dealing with PTSD all week. Often at night, but I'm still here. I survived. I can rest. It's better than being stressed. I'm proud of you for doing your best to be resilient. Really? It's possible that I took a picture? I only took 2 screenshots. I took a screenshot of the picture of us. That's... wow. The one time we usually always screenshot when something like that happens. It's like, oh, it's fine. The game will probably... it's like, yeah, the game's not holding my hand. It's like an old school game. What would have been the date? I think it's 1022. Let's try that. Stare at the number pad, but your finger hanging poised over the first digit. After a good minute of self-assurance, second-guessing, doubt, and resolution, you finally enter what you believe to be the correct code and turn to look at the lever. Nothing. Come on! With exclamation, you slam your fist on the ship's hull, half in frustration and half in shame. You're confident that the code would be yours and Cassie's anniversary, but despite everything, you can't remember the correct date. I hate that the game is not letting me just, like, brute force it because we know that these are the numbers. So I wonder if I could actually get a game over from this. Lieutenant Moon, what are you doing? Come on, think. If anyone here is going to have any idea what Quinn's set on the passcode is, it's gonna be you. Okay, I know, I'm trying, alright? The raising frustration of being unable to remember the date, as well as Vanessa's goading, does nothing to help your memory, and you find yourself getting more and more agitated as you stare at the number pad. Come on. A lucky number, an important date, a birthday, a good test score, anything, Lieutenant. Think. Well, you're not trying hard enough. If you don't remember that passcode, then... For a moment, Vanessa's signal drops, but a moment later, her voice is replaced by another. Passcode 0. Cassie! 2, 1. Cassie, hang in there! 1. How do I look at, one anniversary? Cassie, hold on a little longer. We've almost got this. I'll be back in no time, just... Oh, I can save. I should have been saving so sooner than this. I didn't know. There wasn't a button on the controller for it. I was doing mouse stuff trying to figure it out. Fucking Christ. About time Sleeping Beauty did something to help out around here. You hear that, Lieutenant? 0211. Really? Fucking Christ. Did she say that was your anniversary? God. Without answering, you type the 4 digits in and see the lever rise from the recesses it's set in. Alright, that's it. I'm opening the airlock now. Shifting your position away from the number pad, you squat down by the raised lever. Taking it in both hands, you find it much easier to crank than the ones on the main airlock, and in no time at all, the exterior hatch of the airlock is open. Damn, I feel like a shitty girlfriend now. But don't worry, it was all because of my dyslexia. As you step inside the ship, you find yourself in a chamber almost identical to the airlock you'd left earlier, with the exception that is much smaller. Moving quickly now, you close the exterior hatch behind you and follow the inverse process you carried around to leave the ship, preserving the chamber with oxygen and opening the internal hatch. In a short few minutes, you're back inside the familiar space of the ship's hangar, and you remove the helmet, happy to be breathing something other than the suit's oxygen supply. And then you disengage the electromagnetics before removing the suit completely, making sure to take the radio with you. Now unencumbered by its bulk and in the low gravity of the hangar, you gently drift towards the equipment storage, the uneasy silence surrounding you. I do like the narrative awesomeness of like actually kind of setting that up. Basically, Cassie's fault, the thing that made her end up on the ship in the first place, ended up being the thing that would save us, and that she made the code something personal, which she wasn't supposed to do. Something that I would have known, and technically did know. But because of the way this game is, it wasn't just gonna let me flail. I'm still really sad though. It makes me want to play the whole game over just so I can do that moment again. That one lady makes it really easy to want to punch her in the face. Oh yeah. Fuck Vanessa. I mean, also, like, and even starting off on such a bad foot, like, literally, it's like, oh, so you're Lieutenant Moon. Wow, you're a lot uglier than I thought you would be, based on what your girlfriend says about you. And it's just like, She doesn't speak to anyone with respect regardless of rank. Well, I guess except the captain. So I'm just kind of like, she's definitely set up to be someone to hate. At least with Hanson, I get why he hates me. I understand that. It's actually part of his trauma. And I respect that. And I can see our relationship like getting better. Possibly. Vanessa, I kind of want to throw her into an airlock. I don't see Dalton anywhere. Wonder where he could be. The armor frames are powered by an internal generator, so they're one of the few things on the ship that still work. Not much use though. Not much use though, since they need to tear their way out of the hangar to get anywhere. None of that's gonna do me any good right now. I'll have to look through the crates by hand. Tools, equipment, and supplies. The portable sub-terminal that the chief mentioned should be in there somewhere. I guess I should get looking. Let's see. If the PST is gonna be anywhere, it'll be amongst all the stowed equipment and gear. So, in the darkness, the collection of stacked or suspended crates, containers, and various pieces of heavy machinery looms intimidatingly. Looking from container to container, you realize that none of them are marked in a way that makes any sense to the uninitiated. Shaking your head, you reach up the radio to ask the chief where you might be able to find it. Before you call her, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit's fabric rustle behind you moments before a wavering voice demands, "Stop right there, intruder! Identify yourself!" You raise your hand slowly, being careful not to make any sudden movements. Dalton had done surprisingly well to get the drop on you. If he was under the impression that you were the enemy, he should be armed to confront you like this. At ease, cadet. It's me, Lieutenant Moon. Oh, Lieutenant, I'm so sorry. I thought that... Turning around slowly, hands still raised, you smile. Don't worry about it. You did good to sneak up on me like that. If I were the enemy... Pausing mid-sentence to sigh as you realize that Dalton isn't actually holding a firearm. Cadet, where's your weapon? Ma'am? If I had been the enemy, what were you planning on doing without a weapon for engagement? Dalton paused briefly as you see the realization flashes on his eyes. Sorry, I didn't think that what I thought was just... Oh. Ease up, Dalton. When it's all sorted out, we'll go over anti-boarding procedures, okay? Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Although, what exactly is going on, Lieutenant? I was finishing up something with and then all the power went out. I haven't been able to get in touch with anyone. It takes a few minutes, but you quickly fill Dalton in on the events before taking a place on board the ship, including your current objective of obtaining the portable sub-terminal. The emergency suit radios? Why didn't I think of that? Oh, the chief's gonna be so mad. She was teaching me suit maintenance just last week. Hey, take it easy, cadet. No one else on the ship figured it out on their own either. So don't beat yourself up over it. I guess. So don't worry about it. What we do need to do right now is find the PST. Do you know where that's being kept? I think so. Let me look. With a kick against the container next to him, Dalton propels himself towards a set of smaller crates. Once he arrives, you watch as he opens one, rummages through various bits of electronic adjacent looking hardware which he is fastidiously replaces before closing the lid and moving on to the next one. It takes the cadet checking a few different storage crates before eventually he withdraws a device the size of a briefcase. With it firmly in hand, he slowly drifts towards you, presenting it once back. Here we go, Lieutenant. This is what you're after. Portable sub-terminal. So this is the portable sub-terminal, huh? You take the hefty device from Dalton and turn it over a few times to investigate it from different angles. The exterior is largely one off-white plastic shell with plastic attached, allowing you to carry it like a briefcase. The one visible seam that runs across the entire casing has two conspicuous clasps that you realize causing part of the device to fold out, revealing a keyboard alongside various screens, buttons, disk drives, and withdrawable cables. Alright, Cadet, can you give me the quick rundown on how to use this? Yes, ma'am. I think you placed the thoroughfare... I guess the entry to the thoroughfare will be a good place to try it out. Sounds better than going for another walk outside the ship. Let's go. The two of you make your way through the hangar and up to the flights of stairs that lead to the four-side thoroughfares. Once at the top, you're faced with the unyielding set of double doors. Okay, ma'am. First you need to take the cable from the PST and connect it to the underside of the terminal, next to whichever door you want to open. After that, you turn the device on. If you do that now, I'll show you the rest once it's active. Oh. Following Dalton's instructions, you kneel by the terminal and withdraw the cable from the device. It's awkward in the darkness, but you eventually connect the cable to a port on the bottom of the terminal. Once you've got the sub-terminal connected, you can use it in the same way you would the normal terminal. Just select the right function in from the menu and insert your keycard into the slot when it requests you to. Give it a try now. Alright, let's see. Using the small keyboard, you select Override Open function, and then, as Dalton advised, insert Cassandra's keycard. As expected, although slightly slower than you'd like, the door opens, allowing access to the four-side thoroughfare. Great work, Cadet! All I need to do now is get this to the captain's quarters and then to engineering, and we'll have the Gundog back up and running in no time. You okay, Cadet? Yeah, I just forgot that you had to get the codes from the captain's quarters. Isn't that against the rules or insubordination or something? I thought it was forbidden to go into the captain's quarters unless explicitly instructed for duty. I sigh as Dalton shakily removes the cable from the terminal underside and closes the lid on the PST. Technically, yes, but right now the choice is insubordination or we all suffocate in the vacuum of space. But don't worry about it. I'm sure the captain will understand why I had to do it. Besides, I've always wanted to see what their quarters look like, so I'd say it's worth it, right? I guess. He places a hand on Dalton's shoulder and takes the terminal from him. Anyway, you take it easy here. Try to raise the chief on the radio, see if she's got anything for you to do. I've got to get moving. Yes, ma'am. With that, you give Dalton a casual salute, and in return, he throws a rigid, formal salute back at you. Smiling to yourself, you head through the now open double doors and into the thoroughfare. Wait, can I use this to break into other people's rooms too, though? These aren't the captain's quarters. I don't know how long the battery on this thing will last. I should only use it when it's strictly necessary. Aww. Standing outside the captain's quarters, you look at the heavy device in your hand. It's taking longer than you'd like to get there, but at least now you could get those codes from the captain. Okay, so first, get the PST. You kneel down in the terminal to the side of the door, laying the PST on the ground and unclipping the caches that hold the front of the unit closed. After it's started up, you swiftly draw out the cable and connect it to the terminal's underside. Squinting at the screen's phosphorescent glow in the low light, you scroll your way through the series of menus to select the unlock function. Once you hit enter on the command prompt, it shows on the screen. Alright, now. Once the device reads your keycard, you hear the soft whir of the door unlocking and a hiss as it slowly opens. Okay, can leave this here for the time being. You stand up and step in front of the door, which continues its painfully slow opening. Come on, come on, come on! Captain, are you... As you step across the threshold into the dark of the captain's quarters, you're instantly overwhelmed by the powerful feather. You gag and stumble your way back to the door, taking a deep breath of the corridor's sterile air. You try to compose yourself, but the odor drifts out around you, and a particularly acrid waft stings the back of your throat as you take another breath, causing you to gag again. The atmosphere on ships and even the colonies are carefully regulated, and the air supply constantly is scrubbed and recycled. Because of this, strong smells are something they're almost never encountered and quickly resolved. You realize that the ship's life support out of action. This hasn't been happening, and whatever's causing the stench in the captain's quarters has been left to putrefy the air into this awful miasma. After a few more retches, you steel yourself to re-enter the room. Before heading in, you bring your arm up in front of your mouth and nose to do your best to bear the stink. Although you're doing your best to breathe as lightly as possible, the odor still assaults you, almost too much to bear. Captain, are you... Captain... Are you in here, Captain? With no answer, you carry on deeper into the quarters. As you grow accustomed to the smell, you begin to pick up the unique odors that it's comprised of. The first scent you can identify brings back memories of early flight training, the acrid tang of vomit. The second takes you a little bit while longer, sour and chemical. You wonder for a moment if it's one of the substances they use to strip paintwork from ships or armored frames, but then you spy an empty bottle on the desk and realize that it's stale whiskey. Sick, huh? With the cause of the captain's absence now obvious, you look around the room. To the left is another closed door. To the right, you see an open doorway and what looks like the end of the bed. Captain? You call out again as you head towards it. Although your reason for being here is entirely justifiable, you still feel a little hesitant about barging in. Captain! Nothing. Alright, Captain, I'm coming in. We need those... Having stepped through the doorway, you find yourself in a room that's much closer to a normal bedroom than the crew quarters. Rather than access panels flush with walls for storage, the room has actual furniture. A chest for drawers sits below a large mirror and a bedside table right next to the unmade queen-size bed. For a moment, you think that, like Cassie is wont to do, the captain has just thrown her worn uniform into the bed and left it all in a heap. But before you turn back to a sluggish movement as the mass of crumpled clothing turns over, reveals it to be Captain Bartholomew herself. They're so cute when they're sleeping. Captain. You throw a salute and hold it for a moment before you realize that the captain is completely oblivious to your presence. Tentatively making your way towards the captain, beside you register the smell of stale whiskey is strongest in her immediate vicinity. As you look around, you notice another bottle lies mostly empty, with a small pool of amber liquid left in one of its corners. Captain. You run your hands back through your hair and sigh loudly. Regardless of this, you remind yourself you're here to get the emergency input codes so no one dies. Captain. Hey, Captain Bartholomew. You place your palm on the captain's upper arm and rock her gently. Captain, come on, we need you to wake up. We need the emergency input codes. Captain, wake up! Captain! Christ. You step back and pinch the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. Despite everything, it doesn't seem the captain will be waking up from this stupor anytime soon. Oh, come on, after everything? If I can't get the codes from the captain directly, maybe she keeps a copy of them around here or something? Worth a shot. Painting of the first colony fleet to enter Jupiter's orbit. If I remember my civics lessons, they were funded by a wealthy Terran industrialist who had them built to serve as habitats for a workforce that will harvest resources for Jupiter and her moons for his company's sake. After a few decades, the population had enough of existing with no autonomy and living on company script, so they took control of the fleet and petitioned to join the Solar Federation. We all know how that ended. Oh wow! Space capitalism. If the captain's got an actual bedroom, I wonder if this is an... Ugh! It's an actual bathroom, alright, but now I know where the smell of the vomit was coming from. What was I expecting to find in there anyway? An empty bottle of whiskey. Aside from a few leftover drops. Europa Colony Special Blend. This is a pretty nice desk. I guess it's where the captain must do all of her work when she's not on the bridge. If that's the case, then just like what I thought, I can give... It's got a few drawers on the back next to where she'd sit. If the clothes are anywhere, they must be in there. The captain's bedroom. It's actually pretty nice. This is the first time I've seen a captain's quarters, so I don't know if they're different, privilege of rank, or what. I know I've seen Cassie hand the captain printed reports and status updates. Maybe she still got a copy of those codes in here. You try to open the top drawer, but the small amount of initial gifts stop almost immediately as you hear a clunk. You hear a few more times and then spot a keyhole to the left of the drawer. Checking the second and third drawers gives you the same result. Locked, of course. I'll have to find the key. I thought there might be a safe behind it or something, like in the movies. But it looks like the whole thing is a reproduction of what's applied directly to the wall panel. Even this frame is bolted on. Even if I needed to, I'd really rather not use that considering the state that it's in right now. Ugh. You aren't comfortable enough making your way in here in the first place, but now that you're about to rummage your way through the captain's personal effects, you feel even worse. Let's get this over with. Doing a quick scan of the room in the hopes that the captain may have left the key on top of the chest of drawers or her bedside table proves fruitless, so you tentatively step back inside, nervously looking back to the captain's comatose form every few moments. Sorry about this, Captain. Standing by the chest of drawers, you lay your head on its top and drum your fingers before nervously pulling the top and opening it. Seeing only folded clothing inside, you close it quickly. Going to repeat this process for the next two drawers, finding nothing. Stepping back, you take another look around. The only immediately obvious place left to check is the drawer in the bedside table, right next to the captain. Fuck. Moving over to it, you squat down beside the unit, acutely aware of the captain sleeping right next to you. In the low light, it's next to impossible for you to make out the contents of the drawer, so you have to settle for reaching inside and feeling your way through. Running your fingers over the various contents and try to figure out what's in there. A thin plastic surface with irregular bumps which makes it feel like it has a foil underside. A small glass bottle with a series of raised dots just under the label. Various individual papers. Aha! You grab a hold of what feels like a keycard clipped into a lanyard and pull it out of the drawer. The metallic jangling sound that comes with it is quickly revealed to be a keyring featuring various different keys. One of these has got to be the key to those. Lieutenant. You freeze in place with your hand half out of the drawer holding onto the captain's identity card and keys. You hadn't seen her stir, but in the blink of an eye, Captain Bartholomew's had managed to reach out and grab a hold of your wrist. Explaining myself. The captain's grip on your wrist isn't particularly strong, but the shock was rendered you perfectly still. You slowly turn your head to face her and see her lazily gazing at you through the darkness. Lieutenant? You hold on to your breath for a moment, then exhale slowly, calming yourself. What are you... Composing yourself, you speak calmly and quietly. I'm sorry, Captain. It's an emergency, and I've come to get your input codes. Emergency? All the ship's systems have gone offline. Commander Quinn has collapsed. I've been working with Chief Cathy's and Lieutenant Lord to get your codes so that we can get the ship back online. The captain blinks groggily a few times and releases my wrist, drawing her hand back to rub her eyes. As she does, I slowly take the keys from the bedside drawer and stand. That's why I'm here. I thought the codes might be in your desk drawer, but I needed a key. Although I'm doing my best to maintain my tone and demeanor, on the inside my heart is racing as I consider the possibility of being given a court-martial here and now. Sounds important. Well, yes, ma'am. I'd say we all consider it pretty crucial right now. The captain continues to gaze at you as you stand to attention in the darkness. After a moment in which you think she may have fallen back to sleep, she rolls into her back and brings her hand to her forehead. The printout with the latest access codes, it's in the second drawer. You breathe a sigh of relief as the captain rolls to face away from you. Just don't read the report. Ma'am? You wait for a few moments, but eventually a gentle snore emerges from the crumpled heap that is Captain Bartholomew's, and you relax. Second drawer. Thanks, Captain. You got the captain's keys. Alright, let's see which one. You spend a few moments working your way through the section of the keys that hangs from the ring on the end of the captain's lanyard. You're able to discount a few based on their unusual shapes, but finding the right one is still a tricky task in the dark. Eventually, you find one that slides easily into the lock and turns a mechanism which lets out a surprisingly hefty clunk. The captain said the codes were in the second drawer, so you open the drawer first and purposefully leaf through the collections of papers, reports, and files that it contains. Crew manifests, security reports. Aha! You see the telltale tractor feed edges of the printer paper that you've seen Cassie produce updates and reports for the captain on sticking out from underneath a manila folder. As you lift the paper out of the drawer, on the folder, As you lift the paper out of the drawer, the folder on top begins to spill its contents. You quickly grab it to stop everything from falling out, and as you do, you can't help but read its title. JCF Naval Investigatory Commission Findings. Incident 00784. 21090209. Subject: Rear Admiral M. Bartholomews. With that, you believe to be the printout that would contain the codes on one hand, and this report in the other. You look back towards the captain's bedroom as you remember her instructions. Just don't read the report. You hesitate for a moment, rereading the title. Rear Admiral? I'm reading the goddamn report. What you think this is? You stare at the cover of the report for a few moments before looking back at the printout, then to the captain's bedroom. Placing the printout back in the drawer, you open the folder and begin to leaf your way through its contents. You skim the first few pages, which outline the investigation's intentions. To assess the actions taken by Rear Admiral M. Bartholomews in battle in lunar orbit. Following on from that are a series of diagrams and charts that you recognize to be ship movements sorted by time, following by annotated or captioned stills taken from ship or armored frame based recording devices. As you work your way through them, you see what they're being used to illustrate. A squadron of JCF ships pulls away from the main fleet and is eventually intercepted and then decimated by the enemy. The final photographs show the few remaining ships returning to the fleet in a state of disarray, with all of them suffering extensive damage. As you move past the pictures and diagrams, you flick through the pages that outline the breakdown of the losses. Ships, armored frames, pages and pages of crew member names. Eventually, you get to the last few pages of the report where you skim through the conclusion. This inquiry finds that by leaving the defensive position for an unsatisfactory offensive, thereby opening a point of access between the E field, Rear Admiral Mergus Bartholomew's significant loss to armored frame groups. Wait, E field? This is Kaylee Sitz! They've called off the flight path! There's more! There's a whole squadron of carriers in the E field! Kelly 1! They're gonna cut us off from the fleet! Kaylee Sitz, respond! Kaylee Sitz, respond! Kaylee Sitz, what's going on? How many carriers are coming in? In from E field? You stop and lay the report on the captain's desk, staring at it, rereading the conclusion again and again. Adversely impacted flights, including Thurby flight, Carmi flight, Carpo flight, Kalki flight. Well, there's also the human element to it. Like, maybe because we're an addict, we have more sympathy for it. But I mean, like, yeah, the emergency wouldn't have been so bad if not for the fact that the captain got like super duper drunk. But like, considering what this report says, she's probably dealing with a lot of guilt and like emotional baggage, and of course she's the captain, so she doesn't have anyone to like to talk to about it. We have a doctor on board, but we don't have a fucking like therapist or anything. And they're in the military. She's a captain. This is just her life right now, like for however long. I mean, obviously, like, shore leave is a thing. They've even mentioned shore leave being a thing in the game, so it's not like she would never get a break, but, like, I understand how this happened, even though, yes, it is her fault. Also, maybe the procedure shouldn't have been such that if both of the senior officers were incapacitated, then we were all gonna fucking suffocate and die without this thing that we did. Yeah. It's hard to be responsible when you have all these fucking skeletons in your closet and monkeys on your goddamn shoulder. Doesn't excuse it, but it's more complicated than just, oh, you have to be more responsible. And of course, you know, military stuff, it's like super duper important. But right now it's a time of peace. So it's not like her slacking off in the middle of a war. You close the report and place it back into the drawer. Almost mechanically, you reach for the printout you've been handling a few moments before, and methodically scan through it until you see what they're after. Classified core system access codes. Generation date 24/20/0214. For the captain and second command only. You slowly rip through the relevant pages for the rest of the document as its perforated edges, and then fold it up and slide it into your pocket. After this, you methodically place the rest of the paper back into the drawer, which you slide closed. Got the access codes. With the codes now in your possession, you calmly make your way back towards the corridor outside the captain's quarters, where you left PST. As you approach the doorway, you absentmindedly take hold of the radio and push down the transmission button. Okay, Chief, Lieutenant Lord, I've got the codes. You release the push-to-talk button away. You give it a moment, but instead of more instructions from the Chief or some kind of backhanded congratulation from Lieutenant Lord, all you hear is a powerful hiss of static. Chief? You try again. Lieutenant Lord? Still nothing. Anyone? Come in? You give the radio a shake and spend a few moments adjusting the frequency dials. You still don't hear anything from anyone, just a hiss of static. For a moment you feel like throwing the radio down the corridor, but instead you slump against the nearest wall and hold your head in one hand. Slouching against the wall in the low light for a moment longer, you sigh loudly before turning and kneeling down by the PST, which you begin to pack back up. You've got the codes. You can't just get them to the chief. You can't just get them to the chief over the radio. The next best thing you decide is to get them to her in person. You clip the latches of the PST closed and pick it up as you stand, turning to make your way through the darkness towards the four-side thoroughfare. Outside the huge blast door that separates the AFT thoroughfare from the engineering department, you begin an increasingly familiar process of unpacking the PST. Alright, set up the PST. First withdrawing the cable and then plugging it into the terminal near the door, you boot up the device and begin cycling through the options. First withdrawing the cable and plugging it into the terminal near the door, you boot up the device and begin cycling through the options. Okay, and then... Oh, so I literally just need to advance the text, like, one more thing. With the device set up, you hit the enter key on the unlock option and turn your attention towards the partition that stands between you and the engineering department. Unlike the other doors, the PST's battery power had been used to open. This blast door is inches thick and comprised almost entirely of solid steel. You watch tentatively as a low grinding sound emanates from the ceiling for about 10 seconds before the door even begins to move. Like the others, the opening process is agonizingly slow. In the darkness of the thoroughfare, time seems to lose all meaning as you watch the door almost imperceptibly work its way upwards. After a few minutes and barely noticeable progress comes to a halt, and the low grinding sound stops, with the blast door giving you just over a foot of clearance between it and the floor. Turning over the attention back towards the PST, you see a graphic of an empty battery with a cross on it blinking on the screen. Oh no. Knowing that the blast door is being kept open by a PST's dwindling battery power, you grab the unit and shove it through the small gap, leaving the cable plugged into the underside of the terminal. Having pushed the device all the way through, you now drop into your front and begin to crawl your way into engineering. There's just enough clearance for you to worm your way underneath, but the smooth panel floor turning to grating makes it an uncomfortable experience. By the time you make it halfway through with your feet still sticking out in the aft thoroughfare, the grinding noise that had stopped with the door starts back up again. No. Ignoring the grinding now, you quickly squirm the rest of the way until you're clear of the door. Then rolling into your back, you grab the PST's cable and give it a swift yank, pulling it out from the terminal on the other side and back to you just before the blast door drops shut. That was way too close. As you stand up quickly, you pick up the PST, which still has some low battery warning blinking on its screen. Chief! Your call is met with the oppressive silence that somehow seems worse in the vast space of the engineering department. Chief, it's me, Lieutenant Moon! I got the PST! Chief! Making your way past the various systems, terminals, stations, and machinery, you continue to call out to the chief, but there's no response. Where the hell could she be? As you continue your way deeper into engineering, you grab the radio. Chief! Just like last time you tried, no one answers and all you hear is static. Chief! You dart down different catwalks trying to find the chief. your mind racing as to where she could be. Chief! With the low battery warning illuminating your face in increasingly small intervals with its constant flashing, you stop. Looking at the PST screens, you make a decision. Well, I've done everything else myself. Turning back from the main section of engineering, you make a beeline over to the room that holds the central computer, your footsteps on the grating echoing through the silence. I may as well finish things. As you begin to run, the PST starts to beep and the battery symbol flashes even more rapidly. As you're running out of battery, then you don't use what you've got left flashing and beep. If you're running out of battery, then don't use what you've got left flashing and beeping. Running at full speed now towards the central computer, you reach it just as the PST's whole screen begins to blink, cycling between showing the warning and nothing at all. Once you arrive at the doorway that leads to the central computer, you know what you've got to do. Wasting no time, you withdraw the cable and hurriedly plug it into the terminal with one hand while scrolling through the options with the other. Come on there, come on, come on, come on. And now, there! As soon as the door begins to open, you jump to it and start pushing it in order to force it open. Once you've made the gap large enough, you slip through at the exact moment as you hear the PST power down and the door slide back shut. It takes a moment, but your eyes adjust to the darkness of the room. Looking around, you see that it's a little bigger than a cleaning cupboard or a crew member's shower cubicle. Masses of thick cabling run from the ceiling and the floor along the walls towards the end of the room opposite the doorway. On the far side is a huge screen with a keyboard positioned below it about waist height. Stepping through the interface, you run your hand over the keys. The computer shows no signs of life, even after you begin to push random buttons. Simply mashing the keyboard doesn't produce any response, so instead you begin to feel your way along its casing in the darkness, trying to find what might be a power button. Eventually you find a rocker switch set into the side of the device. You flick it to the alternate position once, but nothing happens. With no other options, you flick it back to the position it was in, and this time the screen illuminates and you hear electrons come to life. Oh, thank fucking plebes. As a hard drive somewhere beyond the screen begins to whir loudly, the screen transitions from its boot screen to a password input screen. After everything you've been through, you're now one input away from setting the ship back online. Finally, alright. These are the codes needed to reboot the central computer and get the systems back online. In normal circumstances, these are given only to the captain or the head of operations. And enter! With a final flourish, you strike the return key. An immense feeling of satisfaction fills you as you watch the computer work its way through the startup process. Names of systems showing up that are followed by their status changing from offline to active. A faint draft runs down your neck, which you take to mean life support and ventilation is now back online. Alright, hold on, Cassie, What? Wait, no! No, come on! You're hit with a gut punch of panic as the visuals on the screen begin to warp. Fragments of text scatter and lines of code spill and distort while a strange noise squeals from the machinery. Don't do this! Unsure of what's going on, but beginning to think that it's your fault that you took over the keyboard again, repeatedly striking any key that seems like it may stop this process. End! Escape! Pause! 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 Come on! What's going on? And suddenly as it started, the computer's erratic activity ceases, with the only document left on screen being Cassie's personal file. Cassie's file? Wait, why? You pause, unsure whether you should do anything or leave it as it is. You can tell from the ambient noise that has returned that the ship is back online, but why would the computer freak out like this? Why would it pull up Cassie's file? No! Doing your best to understand what you just saw, you tentatively reach a hand out towards the keyboard. You're still unsure what you could do to find out what just happened, but you can't help but feel like whatever it was wasn't right. Moon, I need you up on the bridge right now. You withdraw your hand instead of grabbing a radio to answer Lieutenant Lord. Alright, I'm on my way back. How's Lieutenant Quinn doing? There's no time for her. Get up here now. You curse under your breath as you turn to leave the room. You've learned now that if Lieutenant Lord doesn't intend to be helpful, she won't be. Rather than attempt to argue, you make your way through the ship back towards the bridge. As the elevator doors hiss open, you step into the bridge. You see Lieutenant Lord frenziedly flicking switches and turning dials to the instrument panel, stopping every so often to type commands into her station. Cassie, meanwhile, remains unconscious on the bridge floor. I'm here, Lieutenant. What else is wrong now? You hurry over to Cassie and kneel down, sliding her hands under her back and legs in preparation to pick her up and take her to the newly accessible sickbay. It's the O'Brien! With a single movement, you stand and bring Cassandra up to the floor, up from the floor. What about it? It's destroyed? Next time on Stories from Seoul. Hey, there's no O'Brien. There's no one here. This is mutiny! You should have let me down the O'Brien, Moon. Well, you would have stood a chance then. Ma'am, we have to do something. This might destroy the whole... After all of this, we're still going to the water park, right? Who are you? What have you done with... So they legit just let me play the entire first episode. Which I assume means they're doing the episodic thing where maybe the first episode is free? And then every other episode will be paid? That's what I'm thinking? God, the fucking episodic games and us. We're fucking married. Was it this? Cool Kid Cody? Fucking, what was it? Noelle the Mortal Fate? Some of our favorite games are ending up being that. Very interesting. The character on the left-hand side is the main character if you choose to be a guy. Which I did not. So fuck that shit. Gay, 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 homosexual, gay. Oh. Hey there, Blue. Thanks for playing. I hope you enjoyed this demo for Stories from Seoul, the Gundog. The team who put this all together worked really hard and would love to hear what you thought of the game so far. So if you have a few minutes, it'd be great if you could fill out a quick survey for them. To sweeten the deal, respondents can look forward to some bonus content when they board the Gundog again in the full release. Pretty cool, right? So what do you say? Take me to the survey. The things I do for love. One second here. Okay, got that. Alright, I'm gonna do the survey in front of you all. Because why not? Damn, that was good though. Fucking Christ. I mean, that was part of the reason why I kept playing. I mean, other than the feeling of the obligation of, gosh, it's gonna feel really weird breaking my momentum here, you know? Oh, God. Yeah, that cliffhanger, woof. I love how the mech in the background looks like a mobile suit. Oh, I'm pretty sure that was the, I'm pretty sure that's the intention. When I first started up the game, I could have sworn I saw, one of the mechs have like the one little cyclops eye that you see in Gundam. Let's see, English. How was your overall experience of this demo? Very good. Did you enjoy how the game's narration and dialogue was written? I enjoyed it, but I but it would have been nice to be in first person too. How did you find the game's story? Take all to apply. I enjoyed the overall story. I enjoyed the characters and their dialogue. I want to see the conclusion of the story. Additional comments. Um, the character writing is particularly strong. Are particularly strong. They feel like real people. And even the characters I'm meant to dislike feel like people with internal lives. How much would you expect to pay for the full game? Oh, so you're trying to figure out what would be a fair price, because obviously gamers are always like, oh, but why did you charge this much for this amount of hours of gameplay? There was a whole thing I remember. What game was it? It was actually fairly recently. That a game came out. Oh, it was Cult of the Lamb. People were complaining that Cult of the Lamb what was overpriced because you can beat it in about 20 hours and it costs $20. Fucking Christ. I won't pay for this game because the demo didn't meet my expectations. Is an option. That's fair. I'm waiting to see the reviews of the full game. Nah, that's chill. How much would you expect to pay for the full game? I don't know how big the full game's gonna be, so it's kind of hard for me to say. Okay, so I would expect to pay about $15 for it, but despite the fact that it's like, oh, more money, I'm just gonna say $19.99 because I think the dev team deserves to charge. Well, I shouldn't say at least they can charge however much they want, right? And charging less potentially means more people will play it. But like $20 for this game, not bad at all. And I will, oh, ah, and it's like, damn, I gotta find out what happens to my girlfriend. I'm emotionally attached to this game now. I can't not see it till the end. And I have to actually play it myself. I can't just watch someone else's Let's Play of it. I'm Blue Moon, you know? I'm Lieutenant Moon, and I gotta kick Henson's ass. I gotta protect Cassie and explain to her that I just got the numbers mixed up. I did remember the numbers of our anniversary. I just forgot what order they were in. Which console would you like to see the full game released on? I will only play this game on PC. Can I choose multiple? I can't choose multiple. This game will release on PC, so it doesn't. So I don't. I wouldn't. I don't need to say I will only play this game on PC because this will be great on Switch as well. So I'm gonna pick for Switch as well. $20 for Cult of the Lamb sounds very fair. I think so too. But there's a lot of people who just feel not great about paying for games that aren't AAA and aren't like and aren't indie darlings essentially. I mean shit, even Undertale is what, like $10-15? Like gamers to a certain degree are spoiled in that regard. And in other regards it's just like it's someone's hard work and stuff. Like to literally just be like, "Oh, this isn't worth like my money." It's just so asinine. I mean, obviously you pay what you want, and like even like if you were to forget the whole money system and like doing barter and stuff, something's only worth as much as you're willing to pay for it, right? Under capitalism. But like I don't know. It's hard to like determine worth, and everyone's gonna have a different a different like thought about it, you know. But at the same time, I'm so frustrated with gamers, especially in that regard. Um, because especially knowing how the donuts are made, like game developers deserve a lot more than they get. Especially indie devs, they put like everything on the line to release shit. I mean, shit. If this game came out for more than $20, I would probably, I would probably not necessarily buy it immediately under most circumstances. Um, Sometimes I feel weird paying a certain amount for a visual novel. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to get past that kind of like weird bias because like most visual novels we've bought have been $20 or under, but there are a lot of visual novels that are free, and sometimes we'll get one on sale or something. But like, there's plenty of visual novels that we want. They're like $40 or $60, and we're just waiting for them to go on sale. We don't generally pay $60 for a game if we can avoid it. Shit, even if we get what was it? I'm also mentioning this because it's another game with mechs in it. What was it? Rubicon? What's the thing? Armored Core. Like you can pre-order it on Humble Bundle for like $50 instead of 60, and we're just like, hell yes. Cause like 60 or $70 I think is too much to pay for a game in a general sense. Like again, people deserve to be paid for their labor, but I think the increasing cost of like premier AAA games is just like ridiculous. If characters were presented in full color with backgrounds and user interface remain the same, would you like it? It would make the character in game more appealing. Dislike it. It will impact the overall presentation in a negative way. I would like it as an option I could control. I would like it as an option could control, because I do really like the aesthetic they had, and it's having it in full color will be cool, but at the same time, I feel like there's some artistic merit in how it's presented. So I would really be sad if, ironically, even though it is a lot more work and like that work would be awesome to see, it would really make me sad to not have the option to see it with that green in that green color palette. It's just kind of neat. I just think it's neat. Did any of the following negatively impact your enjoyment of the game? Gameplay mechanics, color screen, background music, sound effects, story, characters, quality of localization. Oh, no, quality of localization was pretty chill. I did notice a few things, but like honestly, it wasn't even that bad. Um, Controller controls. That's probably the biggest thing for me. Because there are certain things that I couldn't do on controller that I didn't even realize I could do, like saving until like towards the end. Maybe the start button would have pulled up that menu. I didn't even like think about it. Although the game didn't have like a settings thing, I noticed when we first opened it. So you know, it being a demo wasn't something I felt very like I should put a lot of focus on criticizing. But like like not just having all the things you can do mapped to the controller, but also having a controller diagram to tell you, hey, this is how you do all the things on the controller, which feels really silly for a game like this on a surface level, because like this is just such a basic game, right? But at the same time, I'm just like, why not? You know, obviously I could use keyboard and mouse, but I rather use controller. It feels good, and I don't have to worry about like the sounds of clicks in my streams. Although obviously, coming from the perspective of a streamer, the average player is not gonna have that same issue. But we do prefer controller over keyboard and mouse. British English spellings rather than American English spellings. Man, Americans need to get the fuck out of here with thinking that we need to be catered to above anyone else. British English is fine, isn't it, bruv? Is there anything you would like to share about the game not covered above? Yes. I was happily surprised to see I can choose the gender of my character, and it made the experience so much more personal for me. Not to mention that it made my character queer. Because of the pre-established relationship. Because of the pre-established relationship. I would have liked to see, well, how do I say this? I would have liked to see a little more unique dialogue based on not choosing to be a guy, but I do understand the limitations considering how much text is already in the game. Limitations. Well, dialogue based on choosing to be a guy, because you can kind of still tell. One can still tell that the main character is meant to is character written as a guy, particularly in interactions with Hanson. But I do understand the limitations considering how much text is already in the game. If that doesn't change, I wouldn't sweat it. I wouldn't sweat it too much. What you've done already here makes me smile. God, I'm such a fucking sap. Would you like to see the full? What would you like to see in the full / future stories from the soul titles? Being able to be intimate with my girlfriend, not necessarily not even really not safe for work scenes. But I did keep going back to Cassie's room during the tour. But they keep going back to Cassie's room during the tour since she teased me about my libido and being able to be intimate with my girlfriend, possibly being able to improve my relationships with my crewmates. And what else do I want to see? And seeing a mech battle would be super heckin' cool. Next page. Thank you for your time spent taking this survey. Your response has been recorded. Wait. How do you know who did it though? How do you know who made the... It didn't ask me for my email or anything. Well, it's not like I'm not gonna upload this and be really proud of it and tell the developer to look at it, so... Very good. Well, thanks for playing. See you on board the Gundog again soon. Oh, maybe I was thinking of a different game I was playing earlier, because there is an options menu here. I'm dumb. Right, because I went there before. Wow, she looks so different in the studio mode. I guess all the characters will. Oh, I forgot to mention Dojin mode versus studio mode. Ah, that was another thing I loved about it. Alright then. That's all the Gundog. So yeah, that was totally a fucking Gundam reference. Ugh. Fucking Christ. I was playing that for 5 hours. Nah, I know how Dusk feels. Shit. Wow. Has developers of this made anything else? Space Cowboy Studios. Nope. Well, at least not this available on Steam. I'll have to look into that later. They don't have a release date set up either. Gosh. Anywho, even though there was more Steam Next Fest games we wanted to play, might try to sneak in some when we wake up tomorrow, but this might be it for the Steam Next Fest games we play, other than the ones that we have downloaded already, because there's a special trick that'll help us later, that you can actually play demos if you download them from Steam, even if the demo's been taken down, at least to a certain degree. But anything I haven't downloaded, I wouldn't be able to grab. Alright, so it is almost 3 a.m. Fuck me.